again. Then he heard Lavisser's voice. He was sure it was Lavisser, but he wasn't speaking Danish, or English. French? Sharpe was almost certain it was French. He was giving orders, and a moment later a lamp was brought into the parlour, and Sharpe heard footsteps. There was a mirror between the shuttered windows, and in its reflection he could see two maidservants, both in nightgowns and caps, being pushed into the room. The elderly manservant followed. Then Astrid entered, and behind her a man with a pistol. Lavisser spoke to him in French. "You want me in there, sir?" a voice asked in English. It was Barker. "No, get Sharpe," Lavisser answered, and then, still using English, he spoke to Astrid. "You will not be hurt, I promise." "But my father—" Astrid sounded distraught, and no wonder. She was in a long nightdress, and her blonde hair fell loose on her shoulders. "I want to be with my father." "Your father has become rich by fighting France," a voice replied. It was not Lavisser who spoke, but a woman. Another mystery on a night gone askew. "And your father should have known the consequences of such foolishness," the woman finished. She had an accent. French? The door closed. Astrid sat on the harpsichord bench, weeping, as the Frenchman waved the three terrified servants towards the sofa. Sharpe should have been visible to him in the mirror, but the rifleman was in deep shadow, and the Frenchman suspected nothing. He did not even look behind the screen, but just leant against the closed door with his pistol held low. He yawned. What did he have to fear? 3 women and an elderly man? Sharpe pulled one pistol from his belt. So Lavisser worked with the French. The idea was repugnant, but it made sense. The enemy must have their agents in London, and how better to snare fools than to find them playing cards at Almack's and the other rich gaming clubs. And they'd snared a choice one in Lavisser. But if Lavisser was now planning on killing Skalgor, then Sharpe did not have much time. He wrapped the pistol in the hem of his jacket to muffle the distinctive sound of the flint being cocked. He'd been out of his depth ever since he'd arrived in Denmark, enduring insult, religion, and imprisonment. But now he knew what he was doing. He was back where he belonged, and he was smiling as he stepped out from behind the screen. He held the pistol at arm's length, and it took the Frenchman at least 2 seconds to register his presence, and by then the gun was just 3 feet from his head. Sharpe motioned with his left hand. "Put the gun down, monsieur," he spoke softly. The man looked as if he was about to shout. "Please," Sharpe said. "Make a noise so I can kill you, please." He was still smiling. The Frenchman shook slightly. There was something about the eyes of the green-jacketed man that told him death was hovering very close in this comfortable parlour. And so, sensibly, and very slowly, he laid his own pistol on the floor. Astrid and the servants were staring wide-eyed. Sharpe kicked the Frenchman's pistol across the polished floorboards. "Down," he told the man, indicating what he meant with his left hand. The man lay on his belly, anxiously twisting his head to see what Sharpe was doing. "I wouldn't watch, miss," Sharpe said to Astrid, then put a finger to his mouth to show that she should be silent. He had a problem now. The Frenchman had seen Sharpe put the finger to his lips, and must have realized that noise was his best friend, which meant Sharpe was unwilling to shoot him, because the sound of the pistol would bring the other intruders into the parlour. The man took a deep breath, and Sharpe, desperate, kicked him brutally hard in the throat. He hurt his foot, for he had no boots, but he hurt the Frenchman even more. Astrid gasped, and the man began to choke as he clutched his gullet, and his feet drummed on the floor. Sharpe dropped on the man's back to hold him still. He needed to make the man senseless, but that would take a deal of violence, and must inevitably make more noise. Skalgor's expensive pistols, though deadly, were not heavy enough to use as clubs. The Frenchman, catching his breath, tried to heave Sharpe off his back, so Sharpe hit him hard, bouncing the man's skull off the floorboards. But he still tried to twist Sharpe off. Sharpe hit him again, this time so hard that the man went momentarily still, and so gave Sharpe a chance to put the pistol down. He took out his folding knife and pulled out the blade. "Eyes closed, miss," he said grimly. "What? Shh!" Sharpe said. "Tell the others to close their eyes, quick now." Astrid whispered something in Danish as Sharpe felt the man tense under him. The Frenchman was about to make another effort to dislodge Sharpe, but the rifleman stabbed once with a short-bladed knife. It only took one thrust, right into the base of the skull, and the Frenchman gave a surprisingly strong spasm and then seemed to sigh. That was the only noise he made, and there was remarkably little blood. Sharpe pulled the dead man's collar up to conceal the wound, wiped the knife clean on the corpse's coat, then stood. "You can open your eyes now," he said. Astrid stared at Sharpe, then at the dead man. "He's just sleeping," Sharpe said. He picked up the man's pistol. It was a clumsy thing compared to Skalgård's sophisticated weapons, but it was loaded and gave him 3 shots. 4 men and 1 woman left. "Are there any guns in this room?" Sharpe asked Astrid. She shook her head. He knelt by the corpse and searched its clothes, but the man had no other weapons. So, 3 shots and 5 targets. He went to the door and put his ear to the wood. He could hear voices. Then he heard the sound of a key turning in a lock. There was a pause and sudden feet on the hall floor. Sharpe waited a heartbeat, then eased the parlour door open an inch. "He's gone," Barker said. "He can't have gone." That was Lavis's voice. "He's gone," Barker insisted. Sharpe imagined Lavisser glancing at the shutters. That opportunely open window could only be explained by Sharpe's otherwise inexplicable absence. "Look outside," Lavisser said, "and be careful." The woman spoke, using French. Then Lavisser talked in Danish. There was a pause, and then Skalgård, for it could be no one else, gave a shout that turned into a terrible groan and a yelp of pain. Astrid gasped, and Sharpe whipped round and put his finger to his lips. Skalgård shouted again. It was the sound men made on the battlefield when they were wounded and did not want to scream. It was involuntary, a wordless exhalation of pain. Sharpe pointed at Astrid. "Stay here," he said firmly, then pulled open the parlour door. Barker was probably in the garden by now, so that left 4 targets and 3 shots. Otterbear called him a thug. So he would be a thug now, and a damned good one. He crossed the hall and saw that the study door was ajar. He dared not push it open further, for the hinges squealed so badly, but he wished he could see more of what was going on in the study. He could just make out that Skalgård had been tied to the chair behind his desk, on which stood a lantern, and in its light Sharpe could see that the front of Skalgård's nightshirt was drenched in blood. Then he saw a man lean forward and force the Dane's mouth open. The man held a pair of pliers. They were making him talk. A second man came into view to help keep Skalgård's mouth open. The Dane tried to clamp his jaws shut, but the second man used a knife to force his teeth apart. The woman spoke. Skalgård shook his head, and the plier's jaws closed on one of his teeth. Skalgård groaned and made a huge effort to shake his head, but one of the men struck him hard across the skull. Then the Dane moaned as the pliers began to exert pressure. Sharpe fired at the man wielding the pliers. He used one of Skalgård's rifled pistols, and it was as accurate as it was beautiful. He'd expected the long rifle barrel to give the gun a heavy kick, and so he'd aimed a little low, but the weapon was so exquisitely balanced that it hardly quivered. It jetted smoke halfway across the study as the ball struck the man in his neck. A jet of blood fountained up over Skalgård's desk. Sharpe dropped the gun, plucked Skalgård's second pistol from his belt, and pushed the door fully open. The man who'd been holding Skalgård's head was quick, incredibly quick, and he was already bringing up a pistol, and so Sharpe, who'd reckoned to take Lavisser with his second shot, fired at him instead. Smoke thickened in the room, shrouding Sharpe's targets. But he had the third pistol in his grip now, and he aimed it at Lavisser, who'd seized the woman's hand and was pulling her towards the open window. Sharpe fired. The Frenchman's heavy pistol kicked like a mule and made far more noise than the expensive guns. He heard the crash of breaking glass. Someone squealed in pain. Then Lavisser and the woman disappeared into the night. Smoke writhed about the room as Sharpe ran to Skalgård's side. The Dane stared in astonishment, blood trickling down his long chin. Sharpe ducked down behind the desk so that he offered no target to anyone in the garden. The second man he'd shot was lying against the wall, twitching, and his pistol was on the floor. Sharpe picked the weapon up, then hurled the lantern into the fireplace. The lamp glass shattered, and the study was plunged into darkness. He went to the window, knelt, and peered into the garden. He could see no one, so he closed the metal shutters and put the bar into place. Laverser, it seemed, had fled. The 3 shots coming in such quick succession must have convinced him that he was up against more than one man.
"Mr. Sharpe,"
Scougor said from the darkness. His voice was slurred.
"Aren't you glad Britain sent an aging lieutenant?"
Sharpe asked savagely. He crossed to the desk and leant on it so his face was close to Scougor.
"And damn you, you bloody fool!"
He spat the words.
"Damn you to bloody hell and all the bloody way back! But I was not sent to kill the Crown Prince."
"I believe you," Scougor said humbly. His voice was thick because of the blood in his mouth.
"And that was your hero Laverser, you fat-headed bastard!"
Sharpe, still angry, went to the parlour. "Your father needs water and towels," he told Astrid curtly, then picked up the lamp and went back to the study. There were shouts outside the house. The coachman and stable boys had evidently been woken by the shots and were now asking for reassurance from Scougor or his daughter. "Are those the 2 men who were with you earlier?" Sharpe asked Scougor, who was still tied to the chair. Scougor jerked his head towards the shutters.
"That's them,"
he said indistinctly. "Are they guards?"
"A coachman and a groom."
Sharpe cut Scougor free, and the Dane went to the window to reassure the men outside, while Sharpe knelt beside the wounded Frenchman. Except he was a dead man now. He had bled to death. Sharpe swore. Scougor frowned.
"Lieutenant, I know you hate base language, and after what you did to me, I don't give a bugger. But I hope this one was alive. He could have told us who was with Laverser, but the bastard's dead." "I know who they were,"
Scougor said bitterly. Then his daughter came into the room and screamed when she saw her father. She ran to him, and he clasped her to his bloodied nightgown and patted her back.
"It's all right, dearest."
Scougor spoke in English. Then he saw the sooty marks on the big rug. His eyes widened, and he stared, first at the black footprints, then at Sharpe.
"Is that how you escaped?"
"Yes."
"Good God,"
Scougor said faintly. A maid had brought water and towels, and Scougor sat at the desk and rinsed his mouth out.
"I only had 6 teeth left," he said, "and now there are just 4.
2 bloody teeth lay on the desk next to his ivory false teeth and the broken lenses of his reading spectacles.
"Well, you should have listened to me when I first came here,"
Sharpe growled.
"Mr. Sharpe,"
Astrid chided him.
"It's true,"
her father said. Astrid turned a troubled gaze on Sharpe. "The man in there," she gestured towards the parlour, "he's still sleeping?" "He's not going to wake up," Sharpe said.
3 dead?
Scougor sounded incredulous. "I wish it had been 5. Sharpe put the 2 good pistols on the desk. "Your guns," he said. "I was going to steal them. Why didn't you keep a pair in your bedroom?"
"I did,"
Scougor said.
"Only they took Astrid first. They said they'd hurt her if I didn't come out."
"So who were they?" Sharpe asked. "I know one is your patriotic Laverser, but the others?" Scougor looked weary. He spat a mix of blood and spittle into a bowl, then smiled wanly when a maid brought him a robe that he wrapped about the bloody nightshirt.
"The woman,"
he said,
"is called Madame Visse. She's at the French embassy. Ostensibly, she is merely the wife of the ambassador's secretary, but in truth, she seeks information. She collates messages from throughout the Baltic."
He hesitated.
"She does for the French, Lieutenant, what I did for the British."
"A woman like that?" Sharpe could not hide his surprise, earning a reproachful look from Astrid.
"She's very clever," Scougor said, "and without mercy."
"And what did she want?"
Skalgor rinsed his mouth out again, then patted his lips with a towel. He tried to put in his false teeth, but his raw gums were too painful and made him wince.
"They wanted names from me," he said. "The names of my correspondents."
Sharpe paced the room. He felt frustrated. He'd killed 3 men and wounded a 4th, if the blood on the small rug by the shutters was any indication. But it had all happened too quickly, and his anger was still high, still unslaked. So Lavasser was in French pay? And Lavasser had almost given Britain's Baltic spymaster to the enemy, except that a rifleman had been waiting. "So what now?" Sharpe asked Skalgor. The Dane shrugged. "You tell the authorities about this?" Sharpe nodded towards the dead men behind Skalgor's desk.
"I doubt anyone would believe us," Skalgor said. "Major Lavasser is a hero. I am a merchant, and you are, what, an Englishman. And my erstwhile affection for Britain is well known in Denmark. If you were the authorities, who would you believe?"
"So you'll just wait for them to try again?" Sharpe asked. Skalgor glanced at his daughter.
"We shall move back to our house in the city. It will be safer there, I think. The neighbours are closer, and it's next to the warehouse, so I don't have to travel. Much safer, I think."
"Just stay here," Sharpe suggested. Skalgor sighed.
"You forget, Lieutenant, that your army is coming. They will lay siege to Copenhagen, and this house lies outside the walls. Within a week, I suspect, there will be British officers quartered here."
"So you'll be safe?"
"If Copenhagen is to suffer,"
Skalgor said with a trace of his old asperity,
"then I will share it. How can I look my workmen in the face if I leave them to endure a siege alone?" "And you, Lieutenant? What will you do?"
"I'll stay with you, sir," Sharpe said grimly. "I was sent to protect someone from the French, and it's you now. And Lavasser's still living, so I've work to do. And to start, I need a spade."
"A spade?"
"You've got 3 dead bodies in the house. Where I come from, we bury them."
"But—"
Astrid began to protest, but her voice trailed away. "That's right, miss," Sharpe said. "If you can't explain them, hide them." It took him most of what remained of the night, but he dug a shallow trench in the soft soil by the back wall of the garden and laid the 3 Frenchmen inside. He patted the earth down and covered it with some bricks he found beside the carriage house. And then, in a grey and weary dawn, he slept. 11 miles north of Ole Skalgor's house was the insignificant village of Febæk. It lay on the sea halfway between Copenhagen and the fortress at Elsinore. The village held a handful of houses, a church, 2 farms, and a small fleet of fishing boats. Tarred sheds lined the beach, where nets hung to dry on tall poles, and the burning charcoal of the herring smokers shimmered the air above the sand. Work started early in Febæk. There were cows to be milked, and fishing boats to be hauled down to the sea. Yet this morning at dawn, no one worked. The herring fires were dying, and the people of the village were ignoring their duties, and standing instead on the low grassy ridge that backed the beach. They said little, but just stared seawards, where a fleet had appeared in the night. Closest to the beach were gun-brigs and bomb-ships that had moored so their great cannons and mortars could threaten any Danish troops who might appear on the shore. Beyond those small ships were frigates, and, farther out still, the great ships of the line, all of them with their gun ports open. There was no enemy threatening the fleet, but the guns were ready. Between the ships of the line and the frigates was moored a host of transport ships, around each of which was a smaller fleet of tenders, launchers, and longboats that nuzzled the bigger hulls like so many suckling pigs. Horses were being slung out of holds and lowered into the boats. No one in Febæk had ever seen so many ships, not at one time. At least a dozen of the village men had been sailors, yet even they had not seen such a fleet, not in Copenhagen, London, Hamburg, or in any other great port. Someone began ringing the church bell as an alarm, but the pastor hurried back into the village to silence it. "We've already sent a messenger," he told the enthusiastic bell-ringer. "Sven has ridden to Herholm."
There was a police barracks in Haarlem, though what use the police would be, the pastor did not know. They could hardly arrest a whole army, though doubtless they'd send a warning to Copenhagen. Folk from Haarlem and from the lesser villages nearby were already coming to Febbeck to see the ships. The pastor worried that the spectators might resemble an army, and he did his best to disperse them. "Jarl! Your cows are lowing. They must be milked." "I have girls to do that." "Then find them. There's work to do." But no one moved. Instead, they watched as the first small boats headed for the shore. "Will they kill us?" a woman asked. "Only the ugly ones," someone answered, and there was nervous laughter. The man who'd made the bad joke had been a sailor, and he had a great telescope that he'd propped on his wife's shoulder. He could see a field gun being lifted out of a ship's belly and slung on a whip into one of the bigger launches. "Now they're sending a cannon to shoot Ingrid," he announced. Ingrid was his mother-in-law, and as big as a Holstein cow. A young lieutenant in the blue uniform of the Danish militia arrived on horseback. He was the son of a wheelwright in Zambia, and the only shots he had ever heard fired had been volleys of musketry emptied in the sand dunes as the militia practiced. "If you're going to fight them," the pastor said, "then perhaps you should go down onto the beach. Otherwise, Christian, take off your jacket so they don't realize you're a soldier. How's your mother?" She's still coughing. Sometimes there's blood. Keep her warm this coming winter." We will. The lieutenant stripped off his uniform jacket. No one spoke as the first few launches neared the shore. The sailors at the oars had long pigtails showing under their tarred hats, and their passengers were all in red uniforms and had big black shakos that made them seem very tall. One man was holding a flag, but because there was so little wind, the banner just hung limply. The launches seemed to be racing each other for the honour of being first ashore. They heaved in the small waves close to the beach. Then the first keels scraped on sand, and the red-coated men were leaping over the side. "Form them up, Sergeant." "Aye, aye, sir." "You're not a bloody sailor, Sergeant. A plain guess'll do." "Aye, aye, sir." More boats grounded. The soldiers came out fast, and the sailors were already pushing the launches off the beach, turning and rowing them back to the transport ships. A lieutenant colonel in a black bicorn hat walked up the beach. He was accompanied by a major and 4 captains. The villagers moved politely aside as the lieutenant colonel pointed to a small hill a half-mile inland. 3 companies to picket that high ground, John. I'll send the first battery ashore to reinforce you. Colin, your men will stay here in case anyone disputes us." Colin, one of the captains, looked at the villagers. "They seem well disposed, sir." "Keep them that way. Make sure the men behave." The lieutenant colonel turned to watch for the boat carrying his horse. The pastor approached him. "May I ask why you're here?" the pastor inquired in good English. "Good morning." The lieutenant colonel touched the tasseled tip of his bicorn hat. "Nice one, eh?" "Do you mean us harm?" the pastor asked nervously. "Nicholson!" The lieutenant colonel shouted at a surprised private standing in the front rank of a company drawn up on the beach. "Shoulder your piece! Aim at the sky! Cock! Fire!" Nicholson obediently pointed his musket at a wisp of cloud and pulled the trigger. The flint fell on an empty pan. "Not loaded, father," the lieutenant colonel told the pastor. "We ain't here to kill decent folk, not on a nice morning. Come to stretch our legs." He smiled at the pastor. "This your village?" "I am pastor here, yes." "I'm afraid you're going to have soldiery as company all day, so keep the kitchen fires hot, father, because the rogues like their tea. And if any man gives you any trouble at all, just see an officer, I'll have the bastard hanged. Good day." He touched his hat again and walked back down the beach to where his horse was being coaxed ashore. The beast had been afloat for over 2 weeks, and it staggered as though it was drunk when it reached the sand. The lieutenant colonel's orderly led it up and down for a while, then held it still while his master mounted. "Inland!" the colonel called. The first 3 companies marched inland, going to the high ground. More boats were landing now. A battery of field guns was being manhandled ashore, and more horses were taking their first unsteady steps. One horse, sprightlier than the rest, escaped its handler, and trotted up the beach, where it stopped apparently surprised by the spectators. A gunner ran after it and seized its bridle. He winked at some girls standing just paces away. They giggled. 2 companies of soldiers in green jackets landed closer to the village, and that prompted many of the inhabitants to hurry back in case their houses were being plundered, though when they reached the main street, they just discovered the green-jacketed men standing guard on their front doors. An officer was striding up the sandy street. "This is all private property," he was shouting, "and General Cathcart has given orders that any man who steals anything, I do not care how small or valueless a thing it is, will be hanged. Are you hearing this? You will be hanged. You will dance in the air. So keep your hands to yourselves. You will show respect to all civilians. Rifleman, you, the tall fellow, what's your name?" He knew all the men in his own company, but the tall man was from another. The rifleman, well over 6 feet tall, feigned astonishment that he should be singled out. "Me, sir. I'm Pat Harper, sir, from Donegal. What's in that sack?" Rifleman Harper turned an innocent expression on a sack that was lying against the cottage wall a few feet behind him. "Never seen it before in my life, Captain Donnet, sir. Must have been left by one of the villagers, sir." Donnet looked suspicious, but accepted the explanation. "You will stand guard here," he told the men, "until we're relieved. If you apprehend any man trying to thieve anything, you will arrest him and bring him to me so that we can have the pleasure of hanging him." Captain Donnet walked on down the street, repeating the orders. Another rifleman looked at Harper. "What's in the sack, Pat?" "3 pullets, Cooper, and they're dead, and they're also mine. And if you leave your thieving hands on 'em, I'll stuff their feathers down your gullet until you start shitting angels' wings." Rifleman Harper smiled. "Where'd you find them?" "Where I looked for them, of course." "Do you see that girl?" a man called Harris said. They all turned to stare at a young woman, with hair like fine-spun gold, who was walking up the street. She knew she was being admired, so lifted her head high and swung her hips as she strutted before the rifleman. "I think they shot me," Harris said, "and I've gone to heaven." "We're going to like it here, boys," Harper said, "so long as they don't hang us." 10 to 1 you'll be hanged, Harper." It was Captain Murray, Harper's company commander, who had appeared beside the house and now peered inside the sack. It's not mine, Mr. Murray," Harper said. "Whatever it is, and I wouldn't tell you, sir." "Perish the thought, Harper, perish the very thought, but I still expect a cold leg of what's not yours." Harper grinned. "Very good, sir." 3 battalions were on the beach now. The first field guns, hitched to their horses, were going inland to the high ground, and still more ships were ghosting in the light wind from the north. No shots had been fired, and no one had offered any resistance. The first generals were ashore, and their aides laid maps on the sand, while a squadron of the 1st Light Dragoons led their unsteady horses into the village, where a pump fed a long watering trough. "Hey, missus!" A rifleman accosted a woman who just looked at him fearfully. "Tea?" the man said, displaying a handful of loose leaves. "You can boil water." Her husband, who'd sailed aboard a Baltic trader that had made several voyages to Leith and Newcastle, understood. "Firewood costs money," he grumbled. "Here." The rifleman offered a copper. "It's good coin, that. English money. None of your foreign rubbish. Tea, eh?" So the riflemen had their tea. The high ground was secured, and the British Army was ashore. Chapter 6. The clouds at last fled Copenhagen, leaving a rinsed blue sky. A late summer sun glossed the copper roofs and shimmered the harbour where scores of merchant ships, fearing the British fleet that had anchored 10 miles to the north, had taken refuge. The Amalienborg Palace lay west of the harbour. It was really 4 small palaces grouped about a courtyard, and was gracious rather than grand, intimate instead of intimidating. And it was there, on an upper floor overlooking the harbour, that the Crown Prince made his farewells to the city's notables. His Majesty was returning to Holstein. He had been in that southern province all summer, but had returned to Copenhagen when he heard that the British fleet had sailed for the Baltic. He had come back to encourage the citizens. Denmark, he said, did not want to fight.
It had not started the quarrel and bore no ill will towards Britain. But if the British persisted in their outrageous demand to take the Danish fleet, then Denmark would resist. And that, the Crown Prince knew, meant that Copenhagen must suffer, for it was in the capital's secure inner harbour that the fleet was sheltered. Yet the British, the Crown Prince insisted, could not succeed. It was late in the year to begin a siege. It would take weeks to make a breach in the great walls, and even then there could be no certainty that an assault would succeed. Besides, long before any breach was practicable, the prince would bring the Danish army back from Holstein and trounce the besieging forces. "So the British will not attack the city," the prince said forcefully, "but merely threaten it. It is a bluff, gentlemen, a bluff. There is no time for a siege." "Plenty of time for a bombardment," General Payman, who had been appointed the commander of Copenhagen's garrison, noted gloomily. "No!" The prince turned on the general. "No, no, no!" The prince knew well enough that the city feared a bombardment by mortars and howitzers that could loft their shells over the wall to leave the city a smoking ruin. "The British are not barbarians," the prince insisted, "and they will not risk an action that will earn the condemnation of all civilized people. There'll be no bombing. The British will threaten it just as they threaten a siege, but it is all bluff." Instead, he forecast, the British would blockade the capital and hoped that hunger would persuade the garrison to yield. "So we shall fill the city with food," he told General Payman, "and you must endure that blockade until the late autumn. Then I shall lead the army back from Holstein." Holstein was where the bulk of Denmark's army was guarding the southern frontier, which was threatened by a French army. Payman, an old man, straightened ponderously. He was white-haired, corpulent, and had never led troops into battle, but he had a reassuring presence. There was something about the 72-year-old Ernst Payman that suggested he could not be broken, and the prince was sure that Payman, above all the other generals, could give the city confidence, though Payman's next words smacked of nervousness. "It would be better, Your Majesty, if you came sooner." "It can't be done, it can't be done." The prince went to a window that overlooked the harbour. 3 small ships, all low in the water because of the weight of grain they were bringing to the city, were mooring among the swarm of Danish gunboats being readied for battle. The prince looked down at a table on which a map had been spread to catch the window's light. A valet followed him, holding the prince's hat, sword, and sash, but the prince ignored him. "The British Navy," he explained, "will surely blockade Zealand, and we cannot ferry the army back if British ships are waiting." Payman stared gloomily at the map as if seeking inspiration. He found it in the sheer size of Zealand, the island on which Copenhagen stood. 3,000 square miles, he said. "They cannot watch the whole coast." "They only need watch the harbours, sir," Captain, now Major Lavisser, pointed out respectfully. "And that they can do with ships to spare," the prince added. "But they're not cats, Payman, they're not cats." "They're most assuredly not, sire," Payman said. The general was plainly confused by the prince's declaration, but did not like to admit his puzzlement. "They cannot see in the dark," the prince explained anyway, "which means that when the long nights of winter come, we can bring the army back to Zealand." He lowered his head so the valet could drape the sash over his shoulder, then raised his arms for the sword belt to be buckled. "We must wait for the long nights," he declared, "which means you must defend Copenhagen for 2 months, General, just 2 months." "We can hold 2 months," Payman said firmly, "unless they bombard." "They won't," the prince said firmly. "The British will not want the deaths of innocent civilians on their conscience." "I do know that General Lord Cathcart is opposed to bombardment," Major Lavisser said, "though doubtless some of his subordinates will urge it on him." "Lord Cathcart leads the army, does he not?" the prince asked. "So let us hope he exercises his authority." "We could send the women and children away," Payman suggested, his face brightening at the thought. "There'd be fewer mouths to feed." "Do that," the prince said, "and you invite the British to bombard the city. No, the women stay, and the British, I assure you, will not commit a slaughter of the innocents. 2 months, General. Hold the walls for 2 months, and I shall bring the army back, and we shall crush them like lice. Like lice." The prince pulled on white gloves. His optimism was genuine.
Until the British fleet had sailed, the biggest threat facing Denmark had been the French army on the southern frontier. But the arrival of the British would almost certainly deter any French attack. Why should the French assault Denmark when the British were turning Denmark into France's new ally? So there would be no fight in Holstein, and when the longer nights blinded the enemy fleet, the army could be brought back to Zealand, where it would hugely outnumber the British forces. "We shall win," the prince told Payman, "so long as you hold for 2 months. And you can hold, General. The walls are thick, the guns are plentiful." Payman nodded agreement. Like all the others in the room, he now wished that the government had spent more on Copenhagen's defences in the last few years. But even so, the ramparts were adequate. The walls were massive and reinforced by bastions, batteries, and forts. To the west, the city looked over its own wealthy suburbs, but between those houses and the city there was an open space for the guns to kill attackers, and a ring of canal-like lakes that served as a wide moat. The walls were not in the best of repair, but they mounted nearly 200 guns, while out in the suburbs, wherever high ground might offer British batteries a vantage point, new strongholds were being constructed, of earth, stone, and timber. The city had a garrison of 5,500 troops, which was not enough to man all those new forts, but Payman had 4,000 well-trained seamen, who had been the crews of the warships secured in Copenhagen's harbour, and the militia was being overwhelmed by volunteers. "We can give a good account of ourselves for 2 months," Payman declared. "So long as we're not betrayed," the newly promoted Major Lavisser intervened. His words cut across the room's mood of optimism. He shrugged, as if to suggest that he was reluctant to be the bearer of bad news. "There are British spies in the city, Your Majesty," he explained, "and they should be dealt with." "Spies?" The prince's protuberant eyes exaggerated his look of alarm. "I made inquiries before leaving London, sir," Lavisser lied, "and ascertained one name. I wish I could have discovered more, should more exist, but I still urge that this one man is arrested, put in the Gammelhurlem cells, and interrogated." "Indeed he should," the prince agreed vigorously. "Who is he?" "A man called Skovgaard, sir," Lavisser said. "Not only Skovgaard," Payman boomed. "Do you mean only Skovgaard?" "I do." Lavisser was taken aback by Payman's sudden vigour. "You can rest assured he's no spy." The general spoke confidently. "He wrote to me this morning." Payman was talking to the prince now, and confessed he has helped the British in the past, but only in their struggle against France, and I dare say there are a dozen men in this room who have done the same. The prince looked down at the map. He had a British mother, and had been well known for his pro-British sentiments, but he did not want to be reminded of those things now. "Skovgaard assures me of his loyalty," Payman went on stolidly, "and I believe him. He's known to me by reputation, a worthy man. He worships at our saviours. He is a commissioner of the poor, and he is, as are we all, disgusted by the British behaviour. Arresting such a man will not help morale in the city, sire. This attack should unite us, not divide us." The prince tapped his fingers on the map. "You're sure of his loyalty?" "He worships at our saviours," Payman repeated, as though that answered the prince's question. "He volunteered this information, sir. He is no spy, but merely a merchant whose business suffered from French depredations. He tried to protect himself by assisting the enemies of France. We would punish a man for that?" "No," the prince decided. "We shall leave him alone." He smiled at Lavisser. "Men are finding their true allegiances in these hard times, Major. You did, and the same is true of this man Skovgaard. So let us not worry about past loyalties, eh? We should join hands to fight the real enemy." He led his entourage towards the wide stairs. "Hold for 3 months," he encouraged Payman, adding a month to his expectations. "And don't forget, we have Kastenskiol." "Kastenskiol!" Payman exclaimed. General Kastenskiol was raising troops in southern Zealand, but Payman doubted there would be enough to make any difference. "I have great hopes of Kastenskiol," the prince declared. "He can raid the British lines. He can harry them. Our enemies have not reckoned on Kastenskiol." He smiled as he emerged from the palace door to be greeted by a great cheer. A huge crowd of Copenhagen citizens had come to bid the prince farewell. They filled the quays and crammed every window that overlooked the harbour, while some of the younger ones had even swarmed up the 2 mast cranes which towered above the tallest church steeples. Ole Skovgaard and his daughter had been offered a vantage point on the balcony of the West India Company warehouse, from where they could look down on the prince as he walked to the water's edge. Sharpe had insisted on accompanying the Skovgaards, dressed again in his civilian clothes that were torn, soot and mud-stained. Ole Skovgaard had not wanted him to come. "This is Copenhagen," he said. "We are safe." "You were safe 2 nights ago?" Sharpe had inquired acidly. Then Astrid, a peacemaker by nature, had begged her father to let Sharpe come, and Skovgaard had reluctantly given in. Sharpe knew he had nothing to fear from Lavisa this morning, for the guardsman was among the uniformed dignitaries who accompanied the prince. Sharpe watched the renegade through his telescope, and could see no evidence that Lavisa was wounded, which meant probably that his last bullet had struck the Frenchwoman. It was rumoured that the French embassy staff had all left the city, going to Kolding in Jutland, where the mad Danish king and his royal court were living. Sharpe, staring through his glass, saw Lavisa laughing at some jest by the prince. "Is Lavisa going to Holstein?" Sharpe wondered aloud. "Not if he's Payman's aide," Skovgaard said. "Who's Payman?" "The tall man next to His Majesty. He's commander of the city." Lavisa was evidently staying. He offered the prince a salute, then leant forward and shook the royal hand. The prince turned to the crowd, who cheered even louder, then walked down a flight of stone steps to where a launch waited to row him out to a frigate. The frigate, the fastest in the Danish fleet, would take him back to Holstein and the army. The rest of the Danish fleet was in the inner haven, and Sharpe could see its masts and spars above the tiled roofs of some warehouses on the far bank. "What I don't understand," he said, "is why you don't just sail the whole fleet away." "To where?" Skovgaard asked sourly. His face was still swollen and white with pain. "Norway? It has no harbours so well protected as Copenhagen. We could send it to sea, I suppose, but there it will be intercepted by a British fleet. No, this is the safest place." The harbour was not at the edge of the city, but hollowed out of its very centre, and to reach it the British would have to get past the forts, walls, redoubts, guns and bastions. "It is here," Skovgaard said, "because it's safe here." Some nearby folk heard the language and frowned at Sharpe. "American," he claimed. "Welcome to Copenhagen." The cannons of the Sixtus battery boomed out a 21-gun salute as the prince climbed the side of the frigate. "Did you hear that your army's landed?" Skovgaard said. "They came yesterday morning, not so far away." He gestured to the north. "So they'll be here within a few days. I think you should join them, Lieutenant. I'll leave you to Lavisa. This is my city, Lieutenant, not yours, and I have already taken steps to ensure my own safety." "What steps?" Sharpe demanded. "I have written to Payman, assuring him of my loyalty." "I'm sure General Payman will persuade the French to forget you," Sharpe said. "There are men who can be hired." Skovgaard spoke icily. He was plainly irritated by Sharpe's constant company. On the previous morning, after Sharpe had buried the 3 Frenchmen, he had accompanied Ole Skovgaard to a dentist, while Astrid and the maids had packed their household belongings onto a wagon that would carry them to their old house in Ulfhetsplas. The dentist had proved to be an obese man who shuddered at the ravaged state of Skovgaard's mouth. He had packed the empty sockets with shreds of sphagnum moss, then given him oil of cloves to rub on his tender gums, and promised he would have some new false teeth made. It seemed there were plenty of real teeth on the market these days, imported in the wake of the war, in which France had beaten Austria and Russia. Austerlitz teeth, they were called. The rest of the day had been spent in moving furniture, linens, books and papers into the old house. The elderly servant was left to look after the new house, while the coachman and stable boys went to join the militia, taking Skovgaard's horses with them. "I have no need of a carriage in the city," Skovgaard had explained to Sharpe, "and our government needs horses to haul ammunition wagons." "You need protection," Sharpe said, "and you've just lost all your male servants." "The city needs them more than I do," Skovgaard had answered.
But Axel has promised to find me some men. They'll be crippled, probably, but a one-legged man could fire a musket." Skalgård had sounded bitter. "And there are plenty of cripples in Copenhagen, Lieutenant, thanks to your last attack." The bitterness had intrigued Sharpe. "Why didn't you break with Britain then?" he asked. Skalgård had shrugged. "My dear wife was alive. Besides, when Nelson attacked, I could see some justice in the British cause. We were denying them trade, and the lifeblood of a nation is trade. But now we deny you nothing except what is undeniably ours. Besides, I have never done anything to jeopardize Denmark. I simply assisted Britain to combat France, that is all. Now, alas, we shall be France's ally." 2 men in black carrying valises stuffed with papers were waiting for Skalgård when he returned from watching the prince's departure. Sharpe was instantly suspicious, but Skalgård evidently knew the men and hurried them into his office. "They're from the government," Axel Bank told Sharpe. "What do they want?" "Perhaps they've come for you, Lieutenant." Sharpe ignored that jibe. He walked down the centre aisle of the big warehouse. "Where does that lead?" He pointed to a staircase that vanished in the dusty rafters of the high roof. He wanted to check every door and window, looking for any place where men might break into the premises. "It goes to my upper chamber," Bang said, meaning a loft, "where I sleep now that Mr. Skalgård has returned." "Lost your house, have you?" "I don't mind," Bang said unctuously. "It is not my house, and it's a blessing to have Miss Astrid back." "A blessing for you, or for her?" "For both of us, I think. It's like things were before they moved. It's good." Sharpe could find no weaknesses in the warehouse. Too much of value was stored in the place, and Skalgård had made it virtually thief-proof to protect the sacks of indigo, piles of jute, and barrels of pungent spices that reminded Sharpe of India. "So what does the government want with Skalgård?" he asked Bang. "They want to know if any of these goods belong to British merchants." "Why?" "Because they will confiscate them, of course. We're at war, Lieutenant." Sharpe looked at the dusty bays filled with barrels, sacks, and crates. "And is any of this stuff British?" "No. We don't store goods for other merchants. It's all our own." "Good," Sharpe said, meaning there was no excuse for any more visits from officials. He turned on Bang. "Tell me, when you delivered Mr. Skalgård's letter, did you meet Lavisser?" Bang blinked with surprise at Sharpe's forceful tone. "I met Major Lavisser, yes. He was very gracious." "Did he ask you questions?" Bang nodded. "He wanted to know about Mr. Skalgård, so I told him he's a good merchant and a committed Christian." "Is that all?" "It is all God asks of us." Sharpe wanted to hit Bang. The man was nothing but a trumped-up clerk, but he had a sly and prickly pride about him. "What else did he ask you about Skalgård?" Bang pushed his long hair out of his eyes. "He asked if Mr. Skalgård had much to do with England. I said yes. I said he had many friends there, and that he wrote there, that he'd been married to an Englishwoman. Does it matter?" "No," Sharpe said. Lavisser must have guessed that Sharpe would get in touch with the man whose name had been given him by Lord Pumphrey. So when Skalgård's letter arrived, it simply confirmed that suspicion. And with the French on the point of evacuating their diplomatic mission, it must have seemed imperative to act immediately. "I don't understand why you ask me these questions," Bang protested. He was genuinely confused why Skalgård had moved back into the city, and the explanation that his employer merely wanted to avoid the imminent British was made inadequate by Sharpe's presence, and even more inadequate by Skalgård's swollen face. "I think," Bang told Sharpe, "that you have snared Mr. Skalgård in unseemly matters." "All you need to know," Sharpe said, "is that Mr. Skalgård is in danger. So if any strangers come here, fetch me, don't let them in. And if anyone asks you about Mr. Skalgård, tell them nothing, nothing. Don't even say he's a Christian, because it's none of their damn business." Bang looked mournful at Sharpe's tone. "He's in danger? Then perhaps Miss Astrid's also in danger." "Miss Astrid too," Sharpe said. "So just be watchful. Watch and pray, eh?" But maybe I should accompany Miss Astrid." Bang sounded cheerful suddenly. "She goes to the orphanage." "To the where?" "The orphanage. Every day she goes. I can go with her, yeah?" "You?" Sharpe could not keep the contempt from his voice. "And what will you do if she's attacked? Pray for her? Bloody hell, Bang, if anyone goes with her, it's me." Bang made no protest, but there was resentment on his face when later that afternoon Sharpe and Astrid left the warehouse together. Sharpe had brushed his clothes and hidden Scourgore's 2 fine pistols under his coat. He wore his sabre. More men were wearing weapons, he noted. It had suddenly become fashionable since the British had landed. He also carried a big basket, which contained crushed barley, rice and herrings. "We're taking it to the orphanage," Astrid explained. "Orphanage?" "It's an orphanage," she said, "and a hospital for children as well. It's where my son died." "I'm sorry." "He was very little. Not even a year. He was called Nils, like his father." There were tears in her eyes, but she forced a smile and said they would walk the long way around, going along the harbour quay where the prince had embarked that morning. Sharpe's first instinct was to protest that his job was to protect her, and that he could do that best if she went straight to the orphanage and back home. Then he realized he didn't want to be in Scourgore's gloomy warehouse. Scourgore himself was safe enough. He was in his office. He had a musket and had testily promised that he would allow no strangers into the warehouse, which meant Sharpe need not hurry back. Besides, Sharpe would rather be walking with Astrid, and so the two of them strolled in the sunlight, though they were forced to stop every few yards to greet Astrid's friends or acquaintances. She introduced him as an American seaman, which prompted no surprise, only enthusiastic welcomes. "It's a very little city," she explained after another such meeting, "and most people know each other." "Seems a good city," Sharpe said. She nodded. "And I like living inside the walls. A house in Festafile can be lonely." She paused to show Sharpe the scorched walls of what had once been a great building. "That was the Christiansborg Palace," she said sadly. "It was where the king lived before the big fire." "Another war?" "Just a fire. A great fire. Almost a third of the city was burned, and it's still not all repaired." The ruined palace was sheathed in a tracery of scaffolding, while makeshift huts built in the remnants of great rooms showed where some folk evidently still sheltered. "Poor Copenhagen," Astrid sighed. They walked on past the Amalienborg Palace from where the Crown Prince had made his departure. A public path led through the central courtyard, and the handful of blue-coated guards took no notice of the folk strolling in the afternoon sunshine. A dozen farm carts, heaped with grain or turnips, were parked by the palace. The city was stocking itself for a siege. A few hundred yards beyond the palace was a small public garden, dominated by the great citadel that guarded the harbour channel. The garden, which was mostly lawn with a few scattered trees, was the fort's esplanade, the killing ground for the cannon that just showed in the high embrasures. The grass was piled with round-shot and cluttered with ammunition tenders, but even here folk took the air, ignoring the soldiers who were sorting the round-shot and shells according to their calibers. Sharpe suspected the Danes planned to make a new battery here, one that could fire across the harbour mouth, where a small wooden jetty held a dozen men placidly fishing. "They're always here," Astrid said, "but I've never seen them catch anything." She pointed northwards, to where on the horizon a dirty grey mass showed like a low-lying cloud. Sharpe had seen just such a sight on the morning of Trafalgar. It was a fleet. "Your friends," Astrid said sadly. "And they're coming here." "Well, I wish they weren't." She sat on a bench facing the sea. "You look so like Nils," she said. "That must be hard." She nodded. "He was lost at sea. We don't know how. He was a captain, you see. He called his ship the Astrid, and he was carrying sugar from the West Indies. When he didn't come home, I thought perhaps his ship was being mended, but it wasn't so. We heard he'd sailed, and then there was a big storm just a few days after. We waited, but he never came. But I used to see him every day. I would see a stranger in the street and think, 'That's Nils. He's come back.' Then the stranger would turn and it would not be Nils. She was not looking at Sharpe as she spoke, but staring out to sea, and Sharpe wondered if she'd come here in her early widowhood to look for her husband. Then I saw you in the house. She turned her big eyes on Sharpe. And I knew it was Nils. For a moment I was so happy. I'm sorry, Sharpe said awkwardly. He knew how she felt. For ever since Grace's death, he would see a dark-haired woman in the street and think it was Grace. He felt the same leap of the heart and knew the same dull ache that followed the disappointment. Gulls cried above the harbour channel. "Do you think we're really in danger?" Astrid asked. "You know what your father does?" She nodded. "I've helped him in the last few years, since Mother died. He corresponds, Lieutenant, that's all. He corresponds. Yeah, with folk in Europe and in Britain." "Yes." She stared at the British fleet. "He does business all over the Baltic, and all through the North German states, so he has scores of men who write to him. If a French column of artillery passes through Magdeburg, then he will know within a week." "And he tells the British?" "Yes." "Dangerous work," Sharpe said. "Not really. His correspondents know how to write safely. That's why I helped my father, because his eyes are not so good as they were. Some of the best ones send him newspapers. The French don't mind newspapers going to Denmark, especially if they're from Paris and full of praise for the Emperor. But if you open the paper and hold it against a window, you can see that someone has pushed a pin hundreds of times through the pages. Each pinprick is under a letter, and I just read the letters off in order, and that is the message." She shrugged. "It's not so dangerous." "But the French know who he is now," Sharpe said. "They want to know who writes to him, who sticks those pins in the newspapers. They want to stop the messages. And your father can give them the names. So it's dangerous." Astrid said nothing for a while. She gazed at a gunboat that was being rowed out of the harbour. There was a heavy boom made from chain logs protecting the entrance, but it had been hauled aside to let the gunboat pass. The ship had a tall mast on which a sail was furled, but the small wind was against the ungainly craft, and so a score of oarsmen were pulling on long sweeps to crawl out of the channel. The boat had an ugly bill of a bow, on which 2 heavy and very long-barreled cannons were mounted. 24-pounders, Sharpe guessed. Guns that could fire a long way and hit hard. And there were a score of other gunboats tethered against the far quay, where powder and shot were being unloaded from carts. Other boats were bringing food into the city. "I hope the danger was past," Astrid said after a long while, "now that the French are gone. But at least it stops life being dull." "Is life dull?" Sharpe asked. She smiled. "I go to church, I do the accounts, and I look after father." She shrugged. "It must sound very dull to you." "My life's become dull," Sharpe said, thinking of his job as a quartermaster. "You?" She was teasing him, her eyes bright. "You are a soldier. You climb chimneys and kill people." She gave a shudder. "Your life is much too exciting." Sharpe stared at the gunboat. The rowers stripped to the waist were hauling hard, but the boat was making little progress. He could see the tide rippling against the piers of the jetty, and the gunboat was fighting the flood. But the oarsmen pulled on, as though every burning muscle would help turn back the British. "I'm 30 years old," he said, "and I've been a soldier for 14 years. Before that I was a child. I was nothing." "No one is nothing," Astrid protested. "I was nothing." Sharpe sounded angry. "I was born into nothing, raised into nothing, expected to do nothing. But I had a talent. I can kill." "That's not good." "So I became a soldier, and I learned when to kill, and when not to kill. I became something, an officer. But now they don't want me. I'm not a gentleman, see? I'm not like Lavisser. He's a gentleman." He knew he'd sounded jealous and angry, and was embarrassed. He'd forgotten, too, the reason for being with Astrid, and he guiltily turned and looked at the folk taking the summer air on the fort's esplanade. But no one appeared to be taking any undue notice of the two of them. No Frenchmen were lurking, and there was no sign of Barker or Lavisser. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said. "Sorry? Why?" "Tide's turned," Sharpe said, changing the subject and nodding at the gunboat. "Those lads are making some progress now." "We must make some progress too," Astrid said, standing. Then she laughed. "You make me feel very rich." "Rich? Why?" "To have a manservant carrying the basket. Only the folk living on Ameliagel and Bregal can afford such luxuries." They walked westwards, skirting the moat of the vast citadel, until they came to a poorer quarter of the city, though even here the houses were neat and clean. The single-storey homes had been built to a pattern, were brightly painted and in good repair. "This is a sailor's quarter," Astrid told Sharpe. "Niebölle, it's called. They all have ovens. One oven for every 2 houses. It's nice, I think." "Very nice." "My father was a sailor's son. He grew up in that street, Svenigelen. He was very poor, you see." She looked at him with big eyes, evidently trying to reassure him that she was no better born than himself. But Svenigelen, Sharpe thought, was a paradise compared to Wapping. "You reckon this is a poor area?" Sharpe asked. "Oh, yes," Astrid said seriously. "And I know about these things. Father is one of the commissioners of the poor, and I help with the correspondence." The orphanage was on the edge of Niebölle, close to the sailors' cemetery where Astrid's son was buried. Astrid tidied the little grave, then bowed her head, and Sharpe wanted to embrace her when he saw the tears on her cheeks. Instead he stepped back, giving her privacy, and watched the gulls wheeling over the citadel's ramparts. He thought of Grace, and wondered what birds flew above her grave. She had been buried in a Lincolnshire church, among her dead husband's family, and under a memorial tablet recording Lord William Hale's virtues. Sharpe imagined her spirit hovering over him. Would she approve that he was so drawn to Astrid? He turned and looked at the widow stooping over the tiny grave, and knew he was falling in love. It was as though green shoots were coming from the hatred and fury that had obsessed him since Grace had died. Astrid stood and smiled at him. "Come," she said. "You must meet the children." She led him to the hospital where her son had died, and Sharpe could hardly believe it was also an orphanage. It was nothing like Brewhouse Lane. There was no high wall or spiked gate, though the upper windows were all equipped with iron bars. "That's to stop the boys being daredevils," Astrid explained. "Sometimes the older boys want to climb on the roof." "So it's not a prison?" "Of course not." She laughed at the idea. And indeed the orphanage looked anything but a prison. The 2-story building was painted white, and built about a courtyard where flowers grew in neat beds. There was a small chapel with a pipe organ, a simple altar, and a high stained-glass window that showed Christ surrounded by small golden-haired children. "I grew up in a place like this," Sharpe told Astrid. "An orphanage?" "A foundling home. Same thing. Wasn't quite like this, though. They made us work." "The children work here, too," she said sternly. "The girls learn to sew, and the boys must learn to be sailors, see?" She had led him back into the courtyard, where she pointed to a tall flagpole that was rigged like a ship's mast. "The boys must learn to climb it, and the girls make all those flags." Sharpe listened to the sound of laughter. "It wasn't like this," he said. A dozen children, all in grey dresses or breeches, were playing a complicated game of tag about the flagpole. 3 crippled children and 1 idiot, a girl with her head cocked sideways who twitched and dribbled and made small mewing noises, watched from wicker chairs equipped with wheels. "They seem happy," Sharpe said. "That's important," Astrid said. "A happy child is more likely to be given a home by a good family." She led him upstairs to where the hospital occupied 2 large rooms, and Sharpe waited on the balcony while she delivered her food, and he thought of Jem Hocking and Brewhouse Lane. He remembered Hocking's fear and smiled. "Why are you smiling?" Astrid asked as she came back to the balcony. "I was remembering being a child," he lied. "So was happy." "No. They beat us too much." "These children are beaten," Astrid said, "if they steal or tell lies, but it's not frequent." "They used to whip us," Sharpe said, "till the blood ran."
Astrid frowned, as if she was not sure whether to believe him. "My mother always said the English were cruel."
"World's cruel," Sharpe said.
"Then we must try to be kind," Astrid said firmly. End of Side 4. Side 5. He walked her home. Bang scowled when they came through the door, and Ole Skovgaard, seeing his daughter's happiness, gave Sharpe a suspicious look. "We must find Danes to protect us," Skovgaard told his daughter that evening. But men were needed in the militia, and the militia was busy throwing up the new outworks in the suburbs, and so reluctantly, and mostly at his daughter's urging, Skovgaard allowed Sharpe to stay on in Ulfhetsplas. On Sunday, the rifleman went with the household to church, where the hymns droned, the sermon was interminable, and Sharpe fell asleep until Axel Bang dug an indignant elbow in his ribs. Next morning, Sharpe escorted Skovgaard to a bank, and in the afternoon he accompanied Astrid back to the orphanage, and then to a sugar warehouse on Amager, the small island on which the eastern half of Copenhagen was built. They crossed a lifting bridge which spanned the narrowest part of the harbour, and walked past the vast boom which protected the inner haven, in which the endangered Danish fleet was stored. Sharpe counted 18 ships of the line and as many frigates, brigs, and gunboats. 2 great ships were under construction in the yard, their great hulls rearing on the slipways like half-clothed skeletons of wood. These ships were Napoleon's last hope of invading Britain, which was why the British were in Denmark and the French were poised across the Holstein frontier. Sailors were busy taking the great guns from the ships of the line and ferrying them ashore, where they'd be added to the artillery already on the city's walls. After Astrid had delivered a bill of sale to the sugar warehouse, she led him to the seaward ramparts, where they climbed to the fire step between 2 giant bastions. The wind ruffled the water, and lifted the fair hair at Astrid's neck as she gazed northwards to where the masts of the British fleet looked like a thicket on the horizon. "Why are they staying to the north?" "Takes time to land an army," Sharpe said. "Lots of time. It'll be a day or 2 before they come here." The dull boom of a gun sounded flat in the warm afternoon. Sharpe stared eastwards and saw a smudge of grey-white smoke rise from the distant sea. The smoke drifted on the wind to reveal the low hull of a gunboat, then a second gunboat fired to make a new white cloud. The gunboats were strung across the wide channel that ran past the city, and a ship had sailed into their clutches. A third gunboat fired. Then a cluster of shots hammered like thunder across the sun-touched waves. Sharpe took the telescope from his pocket, extended the tubes, and saw the trapped ship's sails shudder as her captain turned into the wind. Then her flag, a British ensign, came down from the mizzen. "What is it?" Astrid asked. "A British merchantman," Sharpe said. The skipper must have come from deep in the Baltic, and probably had no idea that his country was at war with Denmark until the gunships had pounced. The Danish boats low in the water had ceased firing as the British ship furled her sails. He gave the telescope to Astrid, who steadied it on the wall. "What happens now?" she asked. "They bring it in. She's a prize." "So, we are at war?" She sounded incredulous. The British army might have landed, the city might be raising a militia and building forts, yet still war had been unimaginable to her. Not in Denmark, and certainly not against Britain. "We're at war," Sharpe said. On their way back to Ulfhetsplas, they made a detour to see the big houses in Bregager. It was easy enough to spot which house belonged to Lavis's grandfather, for a small crowd was waiting outside for a glimpse of their new hero. Women carried flowers, and someone had hung a Danish flag from the lantern above the front door. Sharpe stood on the street's far side and gazed up at the windows, but there was no sign of the renegade. Laviser had effectively vanished, as though the night at Skovgaard's house had never happened. Yet Laviser and his French allies would be back. Sharpe was sure of it. Next day, the city was filled with the news that the British were at last marching south. It was that same day that Sharpe came back from the orphanage to discover Axel Bang was now in uniform. He wore a plain blue coat with tarnished silver buttons and a single silver bar on each shoulder. "I am a lieutenant in the militia," Bang said proudly. He carried an ancient sword with a black cloth-covered scabbard. A half-dozen men, all with muskets, lounged in the warehouse shadows. They were elderly men, the remnants of Skalgor's workforce, who'd all joined the militia with Bang. "They are stationed here," Bang said, "because this is now an official food store for the city. We are on guard, and now that we have muskets, we can provide protection for Mr. Skalgor." Sharpe looked at the 6 men. "Properly trained, are they?" "We shall give a good account of ourselves," Bang said confidently. "There's something else, Mr. Sharpe." "Go on." "You are English, yes?" "Go on." Bang shrugged. "You're an enemy. Out of loyalty to Mr. Skalgor, I've done nothing about it, but it cannot continue. I shall have to arrest you." "Now?" Sharpe smiled. "If you do not leave the city, yes. I'm an officer now. I have responsibilities." "What you've got, Axel," Sharpe told him, "is an itch in your britches." Yet Sharpe knew the man was right. He was surprised that no one had come to arrest him, for it was surely no secret that Skalgor had an Englishman in his house. Yet Copenhagen was so civilized, so ready to believe that no harm could come to it, that the authorities had tolerated him. Next morning, when Sharpe woke in the warehouse, he heard the distant crackle of musketry. It was very far off, but unmistakable. And an hour later, when he was washing under the pump in the backyard, he heard the percussive thump of big guns firing. So the army had arrived at last. Ole Skalgor, the swelling about his jaw much reduced, came into the yard and frowned at Sharpe. "I think you should leave us, Lieutenant." "You feel safe with Axel and his merry men?" "Safe from whom?" Skalgor looked up into the sky, where bands of white clouds stretched from east to west. "From my friends, the British?" he asked sarcastically. "From your new friends, the French." "I shall stay here in the warehouse, and so will Astrid. Axel and his men will be sufficient, I think." Skalgor listened to the distant gunfire for a few seconds. "Axel is an officer now," he went on, "and your presence is an embarrassment to him." "I wonder why," Sharpe said, thinking of Astrid. Skalgor must have known what Sharpe was thinking, for he blushed slightly. "Axel is a good Dane," he said hotly, "and you are an enemy, Mr. Sharpe." "Enemy?" Sharpe pulled on his shirt. "I spent the last 2 afternoons playing tip-tap with children in an orphanage. Is that what an enemy does?" Skalgor frowned. "You're English, and Axel is right. You put me in a difficult position. You may keep the 2 pistols, but I insist you leave. And if I don't—" For a moment Skalgor looked angry, and he bowed his head as though he was thinking. "I've lost much in my life, Lieutenant." He spoke surprisingly softly, still looking at the ground. "My wife, my son-in-law, and my grandson. God has punished me. I have pursued worldly goals, Lieutenant." He looked up at Sharpe now, preferring success to his will. "Your country has rewarded me greatly in return for my help. That is how I could buy the house in Vesterfället, but it is the fruit of sin. I am sorry, Lieutenant, but to me you represent evil. Your country's desires, its actions, its ambitions, they are all wrong. But you think the French— I think the French are as bad, if not worse." Skalgor anticipated Sharpe's words. "But it is my soul I must worry about. I shall put my faith in God, where it should have been all these months. This is a godly family, Lieutenant. It always has been, and you, I think, are not godly. I see—" Skalgor hesitated and frowned, then nerved himself to go on. "I see my daughter's interest in you. That does not surprise me, for you resemble Nils, but you cannot be good for her." Sharpe tried to speak. "No." Scargore again interrupted. "Tell me, Lieutenant, are you saved in Christ Jesus?" Sharpe stared at Scargore's thin face, then sighed. "No." "Then you will leave us, for this is a godly house, and your presence disturbs us." "You think God will protect you from Lavisa?" "He can do whatever he wishes, Lieutenant. He will hold us against all the world's evils, if it is his will." "Then you better pray, Mr. Scargore. You better bloody pray." There was nothing to be done. Sharpe changed into his uniform, which he covered with his greatcoat. He put the telescope into one pocket, the guineas into another, belted the sabre about his waist, and thrust the good pistols into the belt, then went down to the kitchen, where Astrid had just served Axel Bang with a dish of barley porridge. "So you leave us, I hear," Bang said happily. "Isn't that what you wanted, Axel?" "We can manage without English," Bang said cheerfully. "You will have breakfast, Lieutenant?" Astrid asked Sharpe. "I just came to say goodbye." "I shall come to the gate with you." She took off her apron, and ignoring Bang, who watched her like a dog eyeing a bone, led Sharpe into the yard. Sharpe had thought she meant she would see him to the warehouse's back gate, which opened onto Skindegel, but she must have meant one of the city gates, as she walked into the street with him. "You shouldn't be out here on your own," Sharpe told her. For once she had said goodbye, she would have to return to her father's house unescorted. "No one's looking for me this morning," she said dismissively. "Everyone's watching the British." She led him past the cathedral, which lay close to the warehouse. "I'm sorry you're going." "So am I. And the children will miss their American friend." She smiled. "You like children?" "So long as they're properly cooked. Can't bear them cold." "You're a horrible man, Lieutenant." "Richard." "You're a horrible man, Richard." She put her arm into his elbow. "How will you get through the city gates?" "I'll find a way." They stopped close to the Nure gate. The ramparts above the tunnel were crowded with folk staring westwards. Musketry still crackled in the city suburbs, and every now and then a bigger gun hammered. A constant stream of militiamen was going through the gate, and Sharpe reckoned he would lose himself among that crowd. Yet he did not want to go. He looked down at Astrid. "Be careful," he told her. "We are a careful nation," she said with a smile. "When it's over—" She stopped. "I shall come and look for you." She nodded. "I'd like that." She held out her hand. "I'm sorry it's like this. My father, he's not been happy since Mother died. Axel—" She shrugged, as if she could find no explanation for Bang. Sharpe ignored her hand. He leant forward and kissed her cheek instead. "I'll see you soon." She nodded again, then abruptly turned and hurried away. Sharpe stared after her, and to anyone watching it must have just seemed like another man saying farewell to his woman. She turned when she was 20 paces away, and saw him gazing at her, and he knew she did not want him to go. But what choice was there? He walked to the gate where his weapons made him look like any other militiaman. He turned a last time to look for Astrid, but she was gone. The crowd jostled him on, and he emerged from the gate's tunnel to see a dirty cloud above the roofs and trees of the western suburbs. It was powder smoke. He stopped outside and stared back through the tunnel, hoping for one last glimpse of Astrid. He was confused. He was in love with a woman he did not know, except he knew her loyalty was to the enemy. Yet Denmark did not feel like an enemy, though it was. And he was a soldier still, and soldiers, he reckoned, fought for those who could not fight for themselves, and that meant he should be fighting for Astrid's folk and not his own. But that was too great a wrench to contemplate. So he was simply confused. A sergeant grabbed Sharpe's elbow and shoved him towards a growing band of men who were being hurriedly assembled close to the moat-like lake. Sharpe let himself be pushed. An officer was standing on a low wall and haranguing around 300 men,
most of them confused militiamen, though there was a corps of sailors armed with heavy sea-service muskets. Sharpe didn't understand a word, but from the officer's tone and from the man's gestures, he gathered that the British were threatening some place to the southwest, and this makeshift half-battalion was being asked to throw the invaders out. A roar of approval rewarded whatever the officer had said. Then the whole group, Sharpe among them, streamed across the causeway. Sharpe made no effort to leave the group. He had no choice but to rejoin the British Army, and every step took him closer. The officer led them across the moat, past a cemetery, a church, a hospital, and then through streets of new houses. The sound of musketry grew louder. Bigger guns hammered to the north, clouding the sky with powder smoke. The officer stopped beside a high brick wall and waited as his ragtag followers gathered around him. Then he spoke urgently, and whatever he said must have roused the men, for they gave a growl of agreement. A man turned to Sharpe and asked him a question. "The American," Sharpe said. "You're American?" "Sailor." "You're welcome, I think. You know what the captain said?" "No. The English are in the garden." The man nodded towards the wall. "But there are not many of them, and we shall throw them out. We're making a new battery here. You fought before, perhaps?" "Yes," Sharpe said. "Then I shall stay with you." The man smiled. "I'm Jens." "Richard." Sharpe introduced himself. He took out one of the pistols and pretended to check its priming. The weapon was unloaded, and he had no intention of charging it. "What do you do?" he asked Jens, who was a pleasant-faced, fair-haired young man with a snub nose and lively eyes. Jens flourished his ancient musket. The lock was rusted, the stock was split, and one of its barrel hoops was missing. "I kill Englishmen." "And when you're not killing them?" Sharpe asked. "I am, what's it called? I make ships." "A shipwright?" "A shipwright," Jens agreed. "We work on a new warship, but we have left her unfinished. We do this first." The captain peered through the gate, then gestured that his men should follow him. They jostled through the gate, and Sharpe found himself in a wide park-like garden. Gravel paths led to groves of trees, and an elegant white summer-house. A confection of gables, verandas and pinnacles stood on a small hillock. The garden looked to be a more genteel version of the Vauxhall Gardens in London. A company of regular Danish soldiers was crouching by the summer-house, but there was no musketry sounding nearby, and no sign of any British soldiers. The militia captain, unsure what to do, ran to consult the regular officer, and his men sat on the grass. Far off to the north, smoke trails whipped across the sky. Shells, Sharpe assumed. A dull explosion sounded in the distance. "Even if they take these places," Jens said, waving his hand to show he meant the suburbs, "they'll never get into the city." "What if they bombard it?" Sharpe asked. Jens frowned. "You mean with guns?" He seemed shocked. "They will not do that. There are women in the city." The militia captain came back, followed by 2 men on horseback, one a cavalry officer and the other a civilian. Sharpe stood with the others, then saw that the horsemen were Barker and Lavisser. The 2 men were only a few feet away, and Sharpe turned his back as Lavisser began haranguing the civilian soldiers. "We're to go forward," Jens translated for Sharpe. Lavisser, his sword drawn, had taken his place at the head of the militia, while Barker was behind him. Sharpe pulled his brown hat down over his eyes and wished he had loaded the pistol. It was too late now, for the militia was hurrying west towards the trees. They went in a bunch, and if the British had cannon, there would be a massacre. "We're to attack their side," Jens said. "Their flank?" "I expect so. When it's over, you can take an English gun, eh? Better than that little pistol." Lavisser led them into the woodland. A twisting path went downhill, and Lavisser, evidently confident that no British troops were close by, spurred his horse ahead. There was plainly a battle of sorts going on just to the north, for the musketry was crackling in loud bursts, but nothing was happening in this part of the gardens, where the militia, confident that they were hooking around the southern flank of the British, followed Lavisser down into a gentle valley, where a small stream fed an ornamental pond.
Laverser shouted at the militia, evidently ordering them into ranks. The group of sailors, all in straw hats and pigtails, set an example by forming 4 ranks, and the 2 sergeants pushed the rest into crude files. Laverser, his horse pawing great gouts from the turf, shouted excitedly. "He says the enemy is not many," Jens translated. "How does he know?" Sharpe wondered aloud. "Because he's a proper officer, of course," Jens said. Laverser had not looked in Sharpe's direction, and Barker was still trailing the 300 men, who now set off up the western slope, where their cohesion was immediately broken by the trees. The sound of musketry was coming from Sharpe's right, but it was sporadic now. Perhaps this makeshift half-battalion of disorganized enthusiasts really could take the approaching British on the flank. But Sharpe was relieved that he was in the rear rank, at the left-hand side, farthest from both Laverser and the sound of battle. He was trying to load the pistol as he walked, and wondering if he could somehow seize Laverser and carry him bodily into the British lines. Then a musket shot sounded directly ahead. The Danes were among the trees still, but there was open ground 100 paces in front of them. Sharpe saw a drift of musket smoke at the edge of that sunlit space. Then more muskets sounded. Laverser dug in his spurs, and the unwieldy mass began to run. Sharpe ran wide to the left. He could see redcoats now, but only a handful. He guessed there was a British skirmish line at the edge of the wood, and that meant a full battalion was not far away. The Danes were shouting excitedly. Then Sharpe saw a redcoat clearly, and saw the man's wing epaulets. A light company, then. So the other 9 companies were close at hand, formed and ready to fire. The Danes, knowing nothing of what waited for them, only saw the British skirmishers retreating, and mistook that for victory. Laverser must have thought the same, for he was yelping as though he was on a hunting field, and holding his sabre ready to strike down a fugitive. The redcoat-like company fired and retreated. One man knelt, aimed and fired, while his companion reloaded. Then the man who'd fired ran back a few paces to let his comrade cover him while reloading. A Dane was sprawling on the ground, twitching. Another was leaning against a tree and staring at the blood pouring from a wound in his thigh. Others of the Danes fired their muskets as they ran, the balls going wild and high in the trees. A whistle sounded ahead, calling the skirmishers back to the British battalion's other 9 companies. Laverser must have seen those companies, for he turned his horse so hard that its eyes went white, and its hooves scrabbled in the leaf mould. He frantically shouted for his men to halt at the wood's edge and level their muskets. Then the British volley came. The battalion had waited till the Danes were at the edge of the trees, and then 9 companies let fly. The balls splintered bark, ripped through leaves, thumped men down, and hammered on musket stocks. Laverser himself was miraculously untouched. "Fire!" he shouted in English, forgetting himself. "Fire!" Most of the Danes ignored him. They still thought they were winning, and so they ran farther into the open ground, only to find there was a red line of men behind a ditch some 50 yards ahead. That line was reloading. Ramrods turned in the air and came scraping down. There were flickers of tiny flames in the grass, where the British musket wadding had set fires. A red-jacketed officer, cocked hat low over his eyes, was riding straight back behind the line. Sharpe watched the muskets come up into the redcoat's shoulders. The militia was at last realizing its predicament, and those who still had loaded muskets aimed at the British. Others kept running, then saw they were isolated, and so hesitated. Laverser's charge was already in chaos, and the British had yet to loose their second volley. "Platoon! Fire!" Sharpe heard the British order clearly, and he grabbed Jens by the shoulder and dragged him down to the ground. "What?" Jens protested. "Head down!" Sharpe snarled. Then the first platoon fired, and the next followed immediately. The noise was deafening as the dirty grey smoke rolled down the battalion's front, and the balls whacked into the disorganized militia. Sharpe pressed his face into the grass and listened to the volleys, one after the other, each spitting about 50 bullets at the bewildered Danes. It was the first time Sharpe had been on the receiving end of British musketry, and he flinched under it. Jens fired his musket, but his eyes were closed, and his ball must have gone 10 feet above the redcoat shakos.
Jens knelt to reload. But just then another regiment of British appeared from some trees on the right, and they let loose a battalion volley that sounded like the splintering of Hell's Gates. One of the balls snatched the musket from Jens' hands, shattering the stock. Then the new battalion settled into the machine-like platoon fire, and the Danes could only cower under the twin flails. Sharpe scrambled backwards, staying low, getting out of the tangling fire of the two battalions. He looked for Barker, but the man had vanished, though Lavisa was visible enough. The renegade was galloping his horse up and down behind the ragged militia, shouting at them to close ranks and fire back at the British. He fired both his own pistols at the cloud of smoke shrouding the nearest redcoat battalion. Then Sharpe saw Lavisa's horse lurch and slew sideways as a bullet struck deep into its rump. The beast tried to stay on all fours, but more bullets flecked its glossy coat red, and it sank onto its haunches as Lavisa kicked his feet free of the stirrups. Another bullet twitched the horse's head sideways in a spray of blood. Lavisa managed to throw himself clear of the dying beast, then dropped to the grass as a flight of bullets hissed overhead. Sharpe still slithered back, found himself in a small dip, and so ran for the trees. He would take cover, wait for the fight to end, then join the redcoats. Jens had followed Sharpe. The shipwright looked dazed. He flinched at the sound of each volley. "What happened?" he asked. "They're real soldiers," Sharpe answered sourly. He saw the Danish sailors try to organize a rank that could return the British fire, but the 2nd British Battalion had marched 10 paces forward and poured their platoon fire into the sailors' flank, and the seamen crouched as though they sheltered in a storm. One man fired back, but he'd left his ramrod in the barrel, and Sharpe saw it cartwheeling across the grass. A wounded man crawled back, trailing a shattered leg. 2 battalions of red-coated regulars were giving an undisciplined group of amateurs a ruthless lesson in soldiering. They made it look easy, but Sharpe knew how many hours of practice it had taken to make them so efficient. Then Jens shoved Sharpe sideways. "What the hell?" Sharpe began. Then a pistol fired close by, and the bullet smacked into a tree beside Sharpe, who turned and saw it was Barker, behind him and on horseback. Sharpe levelled his own pistol, pulled the trigger, and the weapon did not fire. He had still not primed it. He threw the gun down, whipped the sabre from its scabbard, and ran at Barker, who turned his horse and spurred down the hill. The big man ducked beneath tree branches, then suddenly sawed on the reins to turn the horse back, and Sharpe saw he had a second pistol. He twisted sideways, expecting a shot, but Barker held his fire. Sharpe crouched in some bushes. He sheathed the sabre and pulled out his own second pistol. It would take time to reload, because the powder horn with its dispensary was a fiddly thing. But he started anyway. Barker was not far away. Sharpe risked a quick glance and saw only the riderless horse. So, Barker was stalking him on foot. "Move," he told himself. "Move now," because Barker knew where he was. And so he thrust the powder horn into a pocket and sprinted across a clearing, dodged into trees, jumped down a steep slope, and went to ground again behind a stand of laurel. He heard Barker's footsteps above him, but he reckoned he had bought himself enough time to load the pistol. British volleys stunned the sky above him. Some shots, missing the Danes, whipped through the trees at the top of the slope. Sharpe poured powder into the pistol, spat the bullet after, then heard the crashing feet, and looked up to see Barker charging headlong down the slope. The huge man had spotted Sharpe in the laurels, and wanted the confrontation over. Sharpe's pistol was still unprimed, but Barker could not know that, so Sharpe stood, aimed the weapon, and smiled. Barker took the bait, raising his own gun and firing too quickly. The ball whistled past Sharpe, who tucked the pistol under his left arm as he opened the small slide that would let a trickle of powder into the horn's dispensary. Barker saw what he was doing and drew a sword, and Sharpe, knowing he didn't have time to prime the gun, let both pistol and powder horn drop. He drew his sabre. "Reckon you can beat me with a blade, Barker?" Barker whipped his sword back and forth. It was a slim weapon, one of Lavis's old swords, and Barker looked disgusted at the steel's flexibility. He could use guns. He liked knives, and was lethal with a cudgel,
but the sword seemed flimsy to him.
"I could never use the bloody things," he said.
Sharpe just stared at the big man, wondering if he'd heard right. Barker slashed the blade at the laurels, then frowned at Sharpe.
"You've been in the city all along?"
"Yes."
"He thought you'd left."
"He didn't look very hard," Sharpe said, "because I wasn't hiding."
"He's been busy,"
Barker said.
"And now you're going back to the army?"
"Yes."
"Then bugger off,"
Barker said, jerking his head up the hill. Sharpe, astonished, let his sabre-tip drop. "Come with me." Barker looked offended at the invitation.
"Well, I ain't buggering off."
"Then why aren't you killing me?" Barker gave a sneering look at the sword.
"Not with this,"
he said.
"I ain't any good with bloody swords. Never learnt them, see? So you end up skewering me, don't you? Not much sense there. But I ain't frightened,"
Barker added earnestly.
"Don't you think I'm frightened? If I sees you back in the city, I'll do you. But I'm not a bleeding gentleman. I only fights when I knows I can win."
He stepped back and jerked his head uphill again.
"So bugger off, Lieutenant."
Sharpe backed away, readying to accept the unexpected invitation. But just then a voice hailed Barker from high among the trees. It was Lavisa. Barker shot a warning look at Sharpe, then the voice called again.
"Barker?" "Down here, sir,"
Barker shouted, then looked at Sharpe.
"You'll have a gun, Lieutenant."
Sharpe stayed. He'd seen Lavisa fire both his pistols, and he doubted that either would be reloaded. There was a chance, he thought, a very small chance, that he could hold Lavisa here until the Redcoats came. The Redcoats had to come soon, for up on the hilltop the Danes were dying. Only the sailors had the discipline to reload, but they also had the sense to retreat. They grabbed their wounded and dragged them back to the woods, and one by one the remaining militiamen tried to follow them. The platoon firing punched the eardrums as smoke drifted thick and foul across the bloody grass where the tiny fires burned. One of the two Danish sergeants tried to rouse the cowering men, but he was hit in the throat. He did a pirouette, feet tangling as blood jetted from his gullet. He continued to turn as he sank down. Then he crumpled, and his musket slid along the grass. Bullets were thumping into corpses, twitching them. "Hold your fire!" a voice called.
"Cease fire!"
"Charge bayonets!"
"Skirmishers forward!"
Lavisa had found Barker's discarded horse and rode it down the hill to see his servant facing Sharpe. The renegade looked surprised, then smiled. "What on earth are you doing here, Richard?" He sounded oddly cheerful.
"Came to get you."
Lavisa glanced up the hill. The remnants of his force were running, and the British must have been approaching the trees, but he sounded quite unworried. "Bloody militia. Redcoats are good, though. How are you, Richard?" "Taken up dentistry, have you?" Sharpe sneered. "Failed as a bloody soldier, so you draw teeth now." "Oh, Richard." Lavisa sounded disappointed. "You should leave attempts at wit to the witty." Sharpe raised the sabre as Barker stirred. The big man was just moving to stand between Sharpe and Lavisa. "You're not fighting for Denmark," Sharpe said to Lavisa, "but for the frogs." "It comes to the same thing, Richard," Lavisa said cheerfully. He drew a pistol, then pulled a cartridge from a pouch. "Denmark's a little country," Lavisa explained when he'd pulled the cartridge open with his teeth. "And she was always going to be raped by either Britain or France. Britain has got her pleasure in first, but all she'll do is drive Denmark into France's arms, and I really can't imagine that the Emperor will want to leave dim Frederick as Crown Prince. No, he'll be looking for some splendid and vigorous young man to be his ruler here." He poured powder into the barrel. Barker took a step toward Sharpe, who slashed the sabre to drive the servant back. "That's all right, Barker," Lavisa said. "I shall take care of the lieutenant."
"I told him he could go," Barker said. "He's been in the city, sir, but he's leaving."
Lavisa raised his eyebrows. "You are generous, Barker." He looked at Sharpe. "I don't really want to kill you, Richard. I rather like you. Does that surprise you? I suppose that's not important, is it? What's important is that Mr. Scaugor is now unguarded. Is that a safe assumption?"
"Assume what you like," Sharpe said. "How very obliging of you, Richard." Laverser rammed the bullet home, then paused and looked reflective. "A nauseatingly dull man, our Ole. He's the kind of fellow I really dislike. He's so upright, so hard-working, so bloody pious. He's an affront to me." He lifted the frizzen to prime the gun. "Pretty daughter, though." Sharpe used the efficacious word. Laverser laughed, then a shout up the hill made him turn. A skirmish line had appeared among the trees. Sharpe had been expecting it. "Down here!" he shouted. "Down here, quick!" A musket fired, and the ball tore leaves to shreds above Laverser. Men were coming fast and quick, and Laverser did not finish priming the pistol, but just turned the horse. "Au revoir, Richard," he called. The two men fled. Sharpe started to follow, then a dozen shots riddled the laurels, and he crouched instead. Barker and Laverser vanished. Sharpe took off his greatcoat and rescued his discarded pistol. A group of redcoats came down the slope. Their coats had blue facings, Welsh Fusiliers, and their muskets were tipped with bayonets that pointed towards Sharpe. Then a sergeant saw Sharpe's uniform and pushed the nearest gun down. He was a short man, his broad face incredulous as he stared at the green jacket. "I'm not drunk, Harry, am I?" he asked a private. "No more than ever, Sergeant. Looks like a rifleman." Sharpe sheathed his sabre. "Morning, Sergeant." "Sir?" The Welshman gave a twitch. There was a gesture towards standing to attention. "If you don't mind my bloody asking, sir, what are the bloody rifles doing here?" "Got lost, Sergeant." A captain came down the slope with a group of men who held Jens prisoner. "What the devil's happening, Sergeant Davis?" "Got a lost rifleman, sir," the sergeant said. "Lieutenant Sharpe," Sharpe said. "Reporting for duty, sir. You wouldn't know where Sir David Baird is, would you?" "Sir David?" "Well, he's expecting me," Sharpe lied. "And that fellow's with me." He gestured at Jens. "We've been making a reconnaissance in the city. Nice morning, isn't it?" He began climbing the hill, and the captain followed him. "You've been in the city?" "That's a good place," Sharpe said, "but with very fat churches. You'd best pray God isn't tempted to take sides, Captain, because there are a terrible number of Danes battering his eardrums." He grinned at Jens. "You all right?" "Yes." Jens, not surprisingly, looked bewildered. "You were with the Danes?" the captain asked. "They were only militia," Sharpe said, "but there was a company of proper troops on the next hill. No artillery, though." He emerged onto the hilltop, which was horrid with bodies. Welsh bandsmen tended the Danish wounded, while a few miserable prisoners stood among the thinning smoke. "Would you know where Sir David is?" Sharpe asked the captain. "He's up brigade, I think. Over there." He pointed beyond the ditch. "Last I saw of him, he was by some glass houses." "Are you coming, Jens?" Sharpe asked, and he sounded a lot more cheerful than he felt, for it was time to face the music, and time to confess that he had failed. Chapter 7. Sharpe walked Jens away from the carnage. Once beyond the ditch and out of sight of the two redcoat battalions, Sharpe pointed back towards the city. "Get into that lower ground." He showed Jens how to sneak round the side of the Fusiliers. "And then just keep walking." Jens frowned. "You're not American?" "I'm not." Jens seemed reluctant to go. "Did you know what would happen back there?" "No, but it wasn't hard to guess, was it? They're real soldiers, lad. Trained to it." Sharpe took the remaining pistol from his belt. "You know Ulfetsplas?" "Of course." "There's a man called Skaugård there. Give this gun to him. Now hurry, before the British capture the rest of the gardens. Keep in those lower trees, and then go straight to the gate. Understand?" "You're English?" "I'm English." Sharpe pushed the unprimed gun into Jens's hand. "And thank you for saving my life. Now go on, hurry!" Jens gave Sharpe a bewildered glance, then ran. Sharpe watched until the Dane was safely hidden among the trees, then slung his greatcoat over his shoulder and walked on. Failed, he thought. Failed utterly. He climbed a low hill. The newly dug ditch where the Fusiliers had fired their volleys had evidently been the beginning of a new Danish outwork, that had been captured before they could throw up walls or mount guns, and now red-coated engineers were standing on the hill's summit, from where they trained telescopes on the city walls. They were obviously considering the hill as a place for a battery. The sea could be seen to the south, while on the hill's northern side, in a gully, a gardener was carefully carrying plants into a greenhouse. Beyond the gully, the land rose to a low ridge, where a group of mounted British officers watched another battalion advance into the woodlands. Thick smoke smeared the eastern air. The Danes, retreating from the suburbs closer to the city, had set some houses on fire, presumably so that the British could not use them as advanced positions. Farther north, out of sight, there was some heavy artillery at work, for the air was being punched by the percussive blasts, and the sky was streaked and silting with smoke. Major General Sir David Baird had a musket wound on his left hand, and another rivulet of blood where a ball had grazed his neck, but he was feeling ebullient. He had led a brigade into the gardens, ejected some Danish regulars, massacred some brave idiots from the militia, and now watched as his men secured the southern ground that would finally isolate Copenhagen from the rest of Zealand. Captain Gordon, his aide and nephew, had been wasting his breath by chiding the general for exposing himself to unnecessary danger. But Baird was enjoying himself. He would have liked to keep the advance going, right through the western suburbs, across the lakes and into the city itself. "We could have the fleet by nightfall," he claimed. Lord Pumphrey, the civilian aide from the Foreign Office, looked alarmed at the general's bellicosity. But Captain Gordon did his best to restrain Sir David. "I doubt Lord Cathcart would want a premature assault, sir," the aide observed. "Well, that's because Cathcart's a bloody old woman," Baird grumbled. Cathcart was the general in command of the army. "A bloody old woman," Baird said again, then frowned at Lord Pumphrey, who was trying to draw his attention. "What is it?" he growled, then saw where his lordship was pointing. A rifle officer was coming up the path from the greenhouse. "It's Lieutenant Sharpe, Sir David," Pumphrey said. "Good God!" Baird stared at Sharpe. "Good God! Gordon? Deal with him!" The general, not wanting to be associated with failure, spurred his horse farther along the ridge. Gordon dismounted, and, accompanied by Lord Pumphrey, walked to meet Sharpe. "So you escaped the city?" Gordon greeted him. "I'm here, sir," Sharpe said. Gordon heard the bitterness. He led Sharpe towards the back of the greenhouse, where the general's orderly had a fire going and a kettle boiling. "We heard about lava, sir," he said gently. "We read the Berlingske Tidende." "He implied you were an assassin," Lord Pumphrey said with a shudder. "So very distressing for you. We sent a letter to His Royal Highness denying the allegation. Of course we did." "It's all very distressing," Gordon said, "and I'm very sorry you became involved, Sharpe. But how were we to know?" "You don't know any of it," Sharpe said angrily. "We don't?" Gordon asked mildly. He paused to organise some cups of tea. "What we learned the day after you left England, Lieutenant," Gordon turned back to Sharpe, "is that Captain Lavisser, as well as being in debt, faced a prosecution for breach of promise. A woman, of course. She claims the marriage date was settled. One suspects she's also pregnant. He was doubtless eager to flee the country, but was rather clever to persuade the Treasury to fund his escape." "The Foreign Office advised against it," Lord Pumphrey put in. "As you will doubtless remind us frequently," Gordon said. He shrugged. "I'm sorry, Sharpe. Had we known, we should never have let him go." "There's worse," Sharpe said. "Ah, the tea," Gordon said. "Nature's soft nurse. No, that's sleep, isn't it? But tea's the next best thing. Thank you, Boswell." Gordon took a tin mug from the general's orderly and handed it to Sharpe. Lord Pumphrey ignored the offered tea. His lordship no longer sported a beauty spot, and he'd abandoned his white-lace jacket in favour of a simple brown coat. But he still seemed out of place. He took a pinch of snuff, then shuddered as a Danish prisoner came down the hill. The man was bleeding from a scalp wound, and 2 fusiliers were trying to hold him still while they bandaged his head, but the man kept shaking himself free and staggering a few wild steps. "Tell me what we don't know," Lord Pumphrey said, turning his back on the wounded man. So Sharpe told them how Barker had tried to kill him, how he'd then gone to Scaugor, who betrayed him to Lavisser, about the French and the battle in the house that did not lie so very far to the north. He told them about Madame Visse and the 3 dead men, and Scaugor's bloody gums and the teeth lying on the desk. "Lavisser is working with the French," Sharpe said. "He's a goddamn traitor." Lord Pumphrey took the news surprisingly calmly. He said nothing for a while, but just listened to the heavy sound of the artillery to the north. "Gunboats," he said bleakly. "I'm forever astonished by the military. Their budgets are raised each year, yet the weapons are never suitable. It turns out that the Danish gunboats are rather better than ours. They draw less water and carry heavier ordnance, and the results are not at all pretty." He watched as the Fusiliers at last wrestled the wounded Dane to the ground. Then he walked a few delicate steps northwards to escape the man's moaning. "So Captain Lavisser is still in the city?" he asked Sharpe. "He was here in these gardens a minute ago," Sharpe said bitterly. "The bastard was telling me that Bonaparte will want a new ruler for Denmark, someone like him. But the last I saw of the bastard, he was running like a deer." "Of course, we shall deny that any of this happened," Gordon said. "Deny it?" Sharpe spoke too loudly. "My dear Sharpe," Gordon remonstrated, "we cannot possibly have it known that the Duke of York had an aide who was on the French payroll. It would be a disastrous revelation." "Calamitous," Lord Pumphrey agreed. "So, I trust we can depend on your discretion?" Gordon asked. Sharpe sipped the tea and watched the smoke trails in the northern sky. They were too thick to be the fuses of shells, so he decided they had to be rockets. He hadn't seen any rockets since India. "If I'm still a rifle officer," he said, "then I'll be discreet. You can order me to be discreet." It was an attempt at blackmail. Sharpe had abandoned his place at the Shorncliffe barracks, and he could expect little mercy from Colonel Beckwith unless Sir David Baird spoke for him. But Baird had only promised him support if he succeeded in Copenhagen. And he had failed. But it was clear no one wanted that failure known. "Of course you're still a rifle officer," Gordon said forcefully, "and Sir David will be happy to explain the circumstances to your colonel." "So long, of course, as you keep quiet," Pumphrey said. "I'll keep silent," Sharpe promised. "But tell me about Scaugor," Lord Pumphrey said. "You think he's in danger?" "Bloody hell, yes, my lord," Sharpe said vigorously. "But he wouldn't let me stay, because he's not happy with Britain at the moment. He's got 6 old men, with even older muskets guarding him. But they won't last 2 minutes against Lavisser and Barker." "I do hope you're wrong," Lord Pumphrey said quietly. "I wanted to stay," Sharpe said, "but he wouldn't let me. Said he'd trust in God." "But your part's over now," Gordon declared. "Lavisser's a renegade, the gold's gone, and we've been thoroughly humbugged. But it's not your fault, Sharpe, not your fault at all. You behaved creditably, and I shall so inform your colonel. You know your regiment's here." "I guessed as much, sir. They're down south, near a place called Cowyer, I think. You'd best take yourself off there." "What of Lavisser?" Sharpe asked. "I suspect we shall never see him again," Gordon said bleakly. "Oh, we'll capture the city, but I've no doubt the Honourable John will conceal himself from us, and we're hardly likely to search every attic and cellar for him. And I suspect His Majesty's Treasury can afford the loss of 43,000 guineas, don't you? Is there much food in the city?" Food?" Sharpe was momentarily thrown by the change of subject. "Well stocked up on victuals, are they?" "Yes, sir. Carts and ships were arriving all the time, I was there, packed with grain." Tragic," Gordon murmured. Sharpe frowned when he realized why Gordon had asked the question. If the city had plenty of food, then it could hold out against a prolonged blockade. But there was an alternative to blockade, or indeed siege, and Sharpe shuddered. "You can't bombard the place, sir." "No?" It was Lord Pumphrey who made the inquiry. "Why not?" "Women and children, my lord." Lord Pumphrey sighed. "Women, children, and ships, Sharpe. Pray do not forget the ships. That's why we're here." Gordon smiled. "The good news, Sharpe, is that we found the underground pipes that carry fresh water to the city. So we cut them,
Maybe thirst will force a surrender. But we can't wait too long. The weather in the Baltic will have our fleet running for home before too many weeks. Fragile things, ships."
He took a notebook from his pocket, tore out a page and scribbled some words.
"There, Sharpe, your pass. If you walk north, you'll find a large red brick house that passes as our headquarters. Someone will know if there's a unit going south, and they'll make sure you go with them. I do apologize profoundly for having involved you in this nonsense, and remember, too, that none of this ever happened, eh?"
He tossed away the dregs of his tea.
"It was a bad dream, Lieutenant,"
Pumphrey said. Then he and Gordon went back to bed.
"Seen him off?"
Baird asked Gordon.
"I sent him back to his regiment, sir, and you're going to sign a letter of recommendation that I shall forward to his colonel."
Baird frowned.
"I am? Why?" "Because no one will then associate you with a man who's turned out to be the Duke of York's aide and a French spy."
"Bloody hellfire,"
Baird said.
"Precisely,"
Lord Pumphrey said. Sharpe walked north, and Jens went east. But the young shipwright did not take Sharpe's advice. He should have kept walking towards the city as Sharpe had advised him, but he couldn't resist going north, through the trees, to discover the source of some sporadic musketry. Some skirmishers of the King's German Legion saw him. They were Jäger, hunters, equipped with rifles, and they saw the pistol in Jens's hand and put 3 bullets in his chest. Nothing was working well. But Copenhagen was surrounded, the Danish fleet was trapped, and Sharpe had survived. General Kastenskiol had been ordered to harry the southern flank of the British forces blockading Copenhagen, and he was not a man to ignore such orders. He dreamt of glory and dreaded defeat, and his mood swung between optimism and a deep gloom. The core of his force was a handful of regular soldiers, but most of his 14,000 men were from the militia. A few of those were well-trained and decently armed, but far more were new recruits, some still wearing their wooden clogs, and most carrying weapons that belonged in farmyards rather than on battlefields. They were country boys, or else from the small Danish towns of southern Zealand. "They're enthusiastic," an aide told the general. That only made Kastenskiol even more worried. Enthusiastic men would rush into battle with no knowledge of its realities. Yet duty and patriotism demanded that he take his inadequate force north to attack the British troops encircling the capital, and he tried to persuade himself that there was a real chance of surprise. Perhaps he could drive so deep into the British-held ground that he could reach the siege works about Copenhagen before the redcoats knew of his presence. And in his secret and slightly guilty dreams, he imagined his men slaughtering the hapless enemy and throwing down their newly dug batteries. But in his heart, he knew the outcome would not be so happy. But it had to be tried, and he dared not allow his pessimism to show. "Are there any enemies south of Roskilde?" he asked an aide. "A few," was the airy answer. "How many? Where?" Kastenskiol demanded savagely, and waited while the aide sifted through the dozens of messages sent by loyal people. Those reports said that enemy troops had appeared in Køge, but not many. "What is not many?" Kastenskiol inquired. "Fewer than 5,000, sir. The schoolmaster in Eby says 6,000, and I'm sure he exaggerates." "Schoolmasters can usually count reliably," Kastenskiol said sourly. "And who leads these troops?" "A man called—" The aide paused as he sought the right piece of paper. "Sir Arthur Wellesley." "Whoever he is," Kastenskiol said. "He fought in India, sir," the aide said. "At least the schoolmaster says he did. It seems some officers were billeted in the school, sir, and they said Sir Arthur gained a certain reputation in India." The aide tossed down the schoolmaster's carefully written letter. "I'm sure it isn't hard to beat Indians, sir." "You are?" Kastenskiol asked sarcastically. "Let us hope this Sir Arthur underestimates us as you underestimate him." Kastenskiol's dream of piercing the British lines about Copenhagen was dying fast. For even a handful of British troops would be sufficient to detect his approach and warn their comrades. And if the 5,000 or 6,000 men were under the command of an experienced general, then Kastenskiol doubted he would even get past them. But it had to be tried. The Crown Prince had ordered it,
and so Castenskiel gave the order to move north. It was a glorious late summer day. Castenskiel's army marched on 3 roads, filling the warm air with dust. They had a handful of field guns, though all were very old, and the captain who commanded the battery was not at all sure their barrels would endure too much firing. "They've been used for ceremonial purposes, sir," he told the general, "for salutes on a king's birthday. Haven't had an actual ball up their gullets in 15 years. "But they should fire well enough?" Castenskiel asked. "They should, sir," the captain said, though his voice was dubious. "Then make sure they do," the general snapped. The presence of the guns gave his men confidence, though they did little for Castenskiel himself. He would rather have had a battery of new artillery, but all the new field guns were in Holstein, waiting for a French invasion that now seemed unlikely to happen. Why should the French invade Denmark when the British were forcing the Danes to become France's ally? Which meant the best troops and guns of the Danish army were all stranded in Holstein, and the British Navy was blocking them from the island of Zealand. And General Castenskiel was realistic enough to know that the best Danish generals were also in Holstein, which meant that the hopes of Denmark were pinned on one middle-aged and punctilious general who had a single ancient battery of unreliable artillery and 14,000 inadequately trained troops. Yet still, he dared dream of glory. A squadron of cavalry trotted through the fields of stubble. They looked fine, and the sound of their laughter was reassuring. Ahead, up on the northern horizon, there was the smallest grey cloud. Castenskiel fancied that was the smoke from the big guns at Copenhagen, though he couldn't be sure. Castenskiel's hopes rose in the afternoon when his cavalry patrols reported that the British troops under Sir Arthur Wellesley had withdrawn from Køge. No one knew why. They had come, stayed for a night, and marched away again, and the road to Copenhagen was evidently open. Castenskiel's dream of slicing into the soft belly of the British troops was still alive, and it grew even stronger when his small army reached Køge that evening and discovered the cavalry's reports were true. The British were gone, and the road was indeed open. The commander of the local militia, an energetic Chandler, had spent the time since the British departure digging entrenchments all about the small town. "If they come back, sir, we'll pepper them proper." "You have evidence that they'll come back?" Castenskiel inquired, wondering why else the Chandler had dug such impressive trenches. "I hope they come back. We'll pepper them." The Chandler said he had only seen 3 British regiments, 2 in redcoats and 1 in green. "Hardly more than 2,000 men, I should think." "Cannon?" "They had some, but so do we now." The Chandler beamed at the Danish guns trundling into the town. Castenskiel's men bivouacked that night at Køge. There were reports of horsemen in the fields to the west, but by the time the general reached the place where the strange riders had been seen, they were gone. "Were they in uniform?" he asked, but no one was sure. Perhaps they'd been local men. Castenskiel feared it was an enemy patrol, but the pickets saw no more such horsemen. Most of the army camped in the fields, where a small stream twisted between woods and fields of stubble or turnips, while the luckier troops found shelter in the town, and the general himself was billeted in the pastor's house behind St. Nicholas's church, where he tried to reassure his host that all would be well. "God will not desert us," Castenskiel claimed, and his pious optimism seemed justified when at midnight he was woken by a returning cavalry patrol who had succeeded in riding as far as Roskilde, where they discovered that town's garrison to be intact. The general decided he would send a message to Roskilde in the morning, demanding that its defenders march east towards Copenhagen. That might divert the British while he lunged up the open coast road. He forgot the vague reports of unidentified horsemen in the previous dusk because the dream was again taking shape. The general's breakfast of cold herrings, cheese and bread was taken long before dawn. The army was stirring, readying to march. One of the militia colonels came to the pastor's house with a gloomy report that his men had been issued with ammunition of the wrong caliber. "It will fit," the colonel reported, "but the balls rattle in the barrels. Too much windage, I think it's called." The colonel was a cheesemaker from Forenborg, and was not entirely sure he wanted to lead his wooden-clogged soldiers against British regulars. Castanskill ordered an aide to sort out the problem, then strapped on his sword-belt and listened to the gulls crying on the long beach. Today, he thought, he would either become famous or infamous. Today he must march his men up that long coast road, ever flanked by the sea with its threat of the British Navy, and he must hope to pierce deep into the enemy troops that were wrapped about the capital. "Hammers and nails," he told an aide. "Hammers and nails, sir?" "To spike the British guns, of course." Castanskill snapped, wondering if he had to do all the thinking in the army. "Soft nails, if you can find them, and search the town for axes, to break the wheel spokes of the gun carriages," he added quickly before the aide could ask why he wanted axes. "You have time for prayers?" the pastor asked him. "Prayers?" Castanskill had been wondering if the water anywhere along the coast was deep enough to allow the big British ships close enough inshore to use their terrible broadsides against the road. "You will be most welcome at our family prayers," the pastor explained. "I must be moving," Castanskill said hurriedly. "But pray for us. Do pray for us." He mounted his horse, and, followed by a half-dozen aides, rode north in the thinning mist. The dawn was just showing above the eastern sea when he reached the northern edge of his encampment, and there summoned his commanders. "I want your men on either flank today," he told the two cavalry officers. "Push patrols forward, of course, but keep the bulk of your men close, and there'll be no stopping today. Carry forage if you need it, and tell your men to put dinner in their saddlebags. Speed, gentlemen!" He spoke now to all the officers. "Speed is essential. We have to reach the enemy before they know we're coming." He talked to his officers atop a small ridge. To his right, surprisingly close, was the long beach, and ahead of him the road to Copenhagen led between wide fields that sloped towards a shadowed tangle of hedgerows and trees. The sun was still below the horizon, but far off, silhouetted against the blanching east, he could see a ship of the line. "The regular infantry will lead the march," Castanskill decreed. "Artillery next, and then the militia. I want to be fighting by midday." By noon he should be close to Copenhagen, and he planned to keep his cavalry and regular infantry to fight any redcoats who might oppose him, but release his militia loose among the batteries. They would spike the guns, break the carriage wheels, and burn the powder charges. He could see it now. See the smoke whirling up from shattered batteries. See himself a hero. "Right, gentlemen, let us make ready. We march in 30 minutes. He pointed dramatically northwards, a gesture in keeping with his grand ambitions. Some of the officers turned to stare where he pointed, and saw a dark patch of shadow move, where the road vanished among some trees. Castanskill also saw the shadow, and thought it was a deer, or perhaps a cow. Then he saw it was a man on horseback. "Who sent out patrols?" he demanded. "Not one of us, sir," a cavalryman answered. There were 6 horsemen on the road now, and they'd stopped, probably because they'd seen the faint glow of the Danish campfires showing above the ridge where Castanskill had tried to inspire his men. Castanskill took his telescope from his saddlebag. The light was still bad, so he dismounted and had an aide stand in front of him, so he could use the man's shoulder as a rest for the glass. Cavalrymen. He could see sabre scabbards, but the men were not Danes. Their hats were the wrong shape. He stooped slightly, letting the glass go beyond the cavalryman to where the road ran up beside the distant beach. For a time he could only see grey and black, mist and shadow. Then the hidden sun's light grew, and the general saw men marching. It was darkness moving. A mass of men, columns of men, and they were trampling on his dream. He collapsed the telescope. "We're staying here," he said quietly. "Sir?" One of the aides thought he must have misheard. "Regular infantry here," Castanskill said, indicating the low crest that dominated the road. "Dragoons on the beach, light dragoons to the left flank. The militia will form a reserve between here and the town. Artillery right here, on the road." He spoke decisively, knowing that any sign of uncertainty would destroy his men's morale. Because the British were coming. There would be no attack on the siege works about Copenhagen. Instead, fate had decreed that General Castanskill must fight in front of Køge. So let them attack us here, Castanskill decided. It was not a bad position. His regular troops dominated the road. His right flank was secured by the sea, and the newly dug entrenchments were at his back, if he should need to retreat. The 6 enemy cavalry scouts had vanished, carrying the news of the Danish presence to the advancing British. The sun flared on the horizon to flood the wrinkling sea with gold. It would be a beautiful day, Kastenskiel thought. A beautiful day for a killing. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a small cart from Køge. The cart was pulled by a shaggy pony and escorted by a cheerful aide. "Hammers and nails, sir," the aide reported, "and 43 axes." "Take them back," Kastenskiel said. "Just take them back." "Sir? Take them back!" he snarled. For the dream was dead. Kastenskiel extended his telescope again and saw the enemy infantry coming from the woods. Some were in red jackets and some in green. Green? He'd never heard of any British infantry wearing green. The enemy was spreading along his front now, too far away for any cannon to reach, but waiting for their own guns to arrive, and for a few moments Kastenskiel was tempted to attack them. He outnumbered the British, he could see that, and he toyed with the thought of releasing his men down the slope, but resisted the temptation. Inexperienced troops fought better when they defended a position, so he would let the outnumbered enemy climb the long hill into the teeth of his guns, and perhaps, even if he could not raise Copenhagen's siege, he could give Denmark a victory. The Danish guns unlimbered, the flag was raised, and the infantry formed line. They were ready to fight. "What the devil are you doing here?" Captain Warren Dunnet inquired of the battalion's quartermaster. He had never liked the man. He was up from the ranks, and, in Dunnet's opinion, had an inflated idea of his own competence, and, worse, had served in India, and believed therefore that he knew something of soldiering. "The Colonel sent me, sir. He told me you were Lieutenant Sharpe." "And where the hell have you been anyway?" Captain Dunnet stooped to the hand mirror that he'd wedged in the split top of a fence post. He scraped a razor down his cheek, carefully avoiding the tip of his wiry moustache. "Haven't seen you in weeks." "I was on detached service, sir." "Detached service?" Dunnet inquired acidly. "What the hell's that?" "I was working for General Baird." And what the hell would Sir David Baird want with a man like Sharpe? Dunnet was not going to ask. "Well, just don't get in the way," he said curtly. He shook water off his razor and ran a hand over his chin. Bloody quartermaster, he thought. The riflemen chopped wood from a thicket and made small fires so they could brew their tea. The green jackets were spread along a series of hedgerows and fences that straggled either side of the coast road. Behind them, in fields where the harvest was stooked, 2 battalions of redcoats waited. Every now and then, an officer from one of those 2 battalions would come to the riflemen's positions and stare up the shallow slope to where a Danish army was arrayed on the crest. The enemy flag, a white cross on a red field, stirred in the small wind that brought the smell of the sea. There were blue-coated cavalry on both Danish flanks, and a battery of field guns in their centre. Men made guesses about the enemy's strength, most reckoning there were 10,000 to 12,000 Danes on the hill, while the British numbered about 3,000, and most of the redcoats and greenjackets were happy with those odds. "What are we waiting for?" a man grumbled. "We are waiting, Hawkins, because General Linsingen is marching about their flank," Captain Dunnet answered. That, at any rate, was the plan. General Wellesley would pin the enemy down by threatening an attack, and Linsingen, of the King's German Legion, would march around their backside to trap them. Except that a bridge had collapsed, and Linsingen's men were still 3 miles away, on the wrong side of a stream, and no message had come, and thus no one knew that the plan had already broken down. A rumbling series of crashes announced the arrival of a battery of British 9-pounders that unlimbered on the road. "Fire's out!" A gunner officer snapped at the men crouched about the small campfires. He was worried because he was about to stack powder bags beside his guns. "Bloody gunners!" a rifleman complained. A captain of the 43rd, red-eyed and pale, begged a mug of tea from a group of riflemen. The 43rd was a Welsh regiment that had trained with the greenjackets at Shorncliffe Barracks, and the 2 battalions were friendly. "I shall give you boys some advice," the captain said. "Sir?" Avoid aquavit. Avoid it. The devil brews it and the Danes drink it. God knows why. Looks like water. The rifleman grinned, and the captain flinched as a kilted piper from the 92nd began taming his instrument to produce a series of moans, yelps, and squeals. "Oh, God," the captain moaned. "Not that, please God, not that." Sharpe heard the pipes, and his mind flashed back to India, to a dusty field swirling with men, horses, and painted guns, where the Highlanders had ripped an enemy to ruin. "I don't know if that noise frightens the Danes," a voice behind him said, "but it terrifies me." Sharpe turned to see that Sir Arthur Wellesley was examining the enemy through his telescope. The general was on horseback and had not been talking to Sharpe, but addressing two of his aides. Wellesley swept the glass left and right, then collapsed the tubes and found himself looking down at a rifle officer. A look of mingled surprise and embarrassment showed on his face. "Mr. Sharpe," he said flatly, unable to avoid acknowledging Sharpe's presence. "Sir. Still with us, I see." Sharpe said nothing. He hadn't seen the general in 3 years, not since India, and he didn't detect the general's embarrassment, for he was too acutely aware of his disapproval. Grace had been a cousin of Wellesley's. True, she had been a very distant cousin, but her family's enmity had spread wide, and Sharpe was certain Sir Arthur must share it. "Enjoying the rifles, are you, Sharpe?" Wellesley asked. He was looking up the road as he spoke. "Yes, sir." Thought you would," Wellesley said. "Thought you would. And we shall see how useful your new weapons are today, eh?" The general, like most officers in the British Army, had never seen the rifles in action. "Where the devil is Linsingen? Not even a damn message." He looked at the Danes through his glass. "Would you say they're readying to move?" He'd asked his aides the question, and one of them said he thought he could see a baggage cart behind the enemy guns. "Then damn it," Wellesley said. "We'll manage without Linsingen. To your regiments, gentlemen." He was talking to the red-coated infantry officers who gathered near the guns. "Good day, Sharpe." He turned his horse and spurred away. "Know him well, do you?" Captain Dunnet was jealous that the general had spoken to Sharpe, and could not resist asking the question. "Yes," Sharpe said curtly. "Damn you," Dunnet thought. While Sharpe was thinking, he did not really know the general at all. He'd spoken to him often enough. He'd saved his life once, and he'd received the telescope as a reward for that favour. But he didn't know him. There was something too cold and frightening about Sir Arthur, but Sharpe was still glad he was in charge today. He was good. Simple as that. Just plain good. "Stay on the right," Dunnet ordered him, "with Sergeant Filmer." "Yes, sir." Dunnet wanted to ask why Sharpe was carrying a rifle, but managed to resist the question. The man probably still thought he was in the ranks. Sharpe, as an officer, should not have carried a long arm, but he liked the Baker rifle, and so he collected one from the regimental surgeon, who had a small armoury of weapons that belonged to his patients. The rifle was much less cumbersome than a musket, was far more accurate, and had a squat, brutal efficiency that appealed to Sharpe. Sergeant Filmer nodded a greeting to Sharpe. "Glad you're back, sir. Captain Dunnet sent me to look after you." Filmer grinned. "Gonna make us tea, are you, sir? Tuck us up in bed?" "Just going for a walk with you, Lofty. Straight up the hill." Filmer glanced at the distant enemy. "Any good, are they?" "God knows. The militia aren't, but those look like regulars to me." "Find out soon enough," Filmer said. He was a very short man, and was thus known throughout the regiment as Lofty. He was also very competent. He scraped out the bowl of a clay pipe, then opened his pouch and offered Sharpe a scrap of honeycomb. "Fresh, sir. Found some hives in that last village." Sharpe sucked the honey. "They'll hang you if they catch you, Lofty." "Hung a couple of fellas yesterday, didn't they? Silly bastards got caught." He spat wax onto the grass. "Is it right there's a town over the skyline, sir?" "Called Currier," Sharpe said, thinking that he must have been very near this place when he'd escaped from Lavisser. "Bloody daft names they got here, sir." Filmer held his rifle's trigger and worked the cock back and forth. "I put some oil on her," he explained, "because I reckon she's got a bit damp at sea." He glanced at his men. "Don't be bloody sleeping, you dozy bastards. I'll be work for you in a minute." The artillerymen had loaded their guns and now stood ready to fire, while the 92nd, over by the beach, was forming in line. The 43rd, immediately behind Sharpe, was doing the same. 2 regiments of redcoats and 1 of greenjackets. It was a small force, much smaller than the enemy, but Sharpe knew what these regular soldiers could do, and felt pity for the Danes. He gazed at their white cross on its red field. We shouldn't be doing this, he thought. We should be fighting the French, not the Danes. He thought of Astrid, and then felt guilty because of Grace. "We'll see if it all works now, sir," Filmer said cheerfully. "We will," Sharpe agreed. They would see if the months of hard training at Shorncliffe had been worthwhile. The army had always employed skirmishers, men who ran ahead of the rigid formations to harry and weaken the waiting enemy. But now the army was employing riflemen to make those skirmishers more deadly. There were plenty who said the experiment was a waste of time and money, for rifles were much harder to reload than the smoothbore muskets, and so a greenjacket could only fire 1 shot to a musket's 3 or even 4. The sceptics claimed that the riflemen would be slaughtered while they recharged their expensive weapons. But those weapons could kill at 4 times the distance of a musket. It was accuracy against quantity. Both armies waited. 2 redcoat regiments were in line. The guns were laid, and the Danes were showing no sign of retreat. Captain Dunnet walked to the right of his line. "You know what to do, Lofty." "Skin 'em alive, sir," Filmer said. "Keep your head," Dunnet called to his men. "Aim properly." He was about to add some more encouragements, but just then a shrill whistle sounded in short, urgent blasts. "Forward!" Dunnet shouted. The greenjackets were spread right across the British front, so that both battalions would have the benefit of their rifles. They walked forward, and Filmer's men kicked down a low fence that divided a meadow from a field dotted with stooked wheat. The light companies of the 43rd and 92nd advanced with the riflemen, a scatter of redcoats among the green. The skirmishers stayed well clear of the road, for that was where the British guns would fire. Sharpe climbed the shallow slope and saw the Danish skirmishers double forward from their positions. These were regular soldiers, not militia, and their white crossbelts showed against pale blue coats. The Danes spread along the hillside, waiting for the British skirmishers to come within range. "Bloody boots," Sergeant Filmer said to Sharpe. The sole of the sergeant's right boot had just come loose and was flapping. "They were a bloody new pair too, sir. Bloody boots." A whistle blast checked the skirmishers. They'd only advanced 100 paces, but now they knelt amongst the stooked wheat. They were far out of musket range, but well within a rifle's killing distance. Sharpe watched a Danish officer holding onto his hat as he ran down the slope. "They haven't got enough skirmishers," he said. Even if the British had not deployed rifles, still the enemy had sent too few men forward, which meant perhaps that they were relying on the efficiency of their battalion volleys. But only the British army trained with live ammunition, and Sharpe doubted that these Danish regulars could match the redcoats shot for shot. Poor bastards, he thought. "We'll skin 'em alive, sir." Filmer tore the sole clean off his boot and pushed it into his pocket. He looked up the slope, then cocked his rifle. "Skin 'em alive!" The British guns fired. It had been as though both armies had been holding their breath. Now the smoke jetted and swelled above the road as the round shot screamed up the hill. The gunners were already sponging out the barrels as Sharpe saw a scrap of black turf arcing through the sky close to the Danish flag, then heard the whistle blasts again. "Right, lads!" Filmer shouted. "Put the bastards down!"
End of Side 5. Side 6.
The greenjackets took the Danes by surprise. The enemy's skirmishers had been waiting for the British to advance into range, but suddenly the bullets were whistling about them and men were being plucked backwards. "Aim for the officers!" Filmer shouted. "And don't be hurried! Aim proper!" The riflemen knew exactly what to do. They fought in pairs. One man aimed and fired, then the other protected the first as he reloaded. The Danish skirmishers were recovering from their surprise and coming downhill to get within musket range, but they were too few, and the closer they came, the faster they were hit. The rifles, unlike the smoothbore muskets, had sights, and many of the riflemen wore merit badges because they were expert marksmen. They aimed, fired, and killed, and the Danes were being hit hard at a range no man would have thought to be lethal. Filmer just watched. "Good boys," he muttered. "Good boys." The redcoat skirmishers were firing now, but it was the rifles that were doing the damage. "It works, Lofty," Sharpe called. "Bloody well does, sir," Filmer answered cheerfully. The enemy officer who'd been holding his hat was on the ground. A man ran to him and was struck by 2 bullets. Riflemen called targets to each other. "See that big dozy bugger with a limp?" Sharpe was oddly surprised by the noise. He'd been in bigger battles than this, far bigger, but he'd never realized just how loud it was. The ear-pounding blows of the field guns were overlaid by the crack of the rifles and the brutal coughing of muskets, and that was only the skirmishers. None of the main battalions had so much as fired a volley, yet Sharpe had to shout if he wanted Filmer to hear him. He knew he was sympathizing with the Danes. Most of them, the overwhelming majority of them, would never have been in a battle, and the noise alone was an assault on the senses. It was hammering and echoing, unending, crashing gouts of dirty smoke riven with red fire, and over it, like a descant, the screams of the wounded and dying. The round shot blasted great lumps of earth from the crest, ripped a Danish cannon wheel to splinters, and took a man's head in an explosion of blood. The rifles were pressing forward, going from stook to stook. Little fires left by wadding burnt in the stubble. The redcoat skirmishers were adding their fire, but it wasn't needed. The rifles were winning, and the Danish light troops were going back to their line. "Forward!" Filmer called. "2 on the right," Sharpe shouted. "See them! Maddox! Hart! Get those bastards!" The trails of the British field guns were gouging ruts in the road as the weapons recoiled. Smoke thickened until the gunners were firing blind, but still the shots seared home. The greenjackets could shoot at the Danish ranks now. They looked for officers, as they'd been trained to do, took aim, killed, and looked again. The Danish ranks shifted uncomfortably, unprepared for this kind of distant fusillade. Then, in the hell of other noises, Sharpe heard the savage flare of the pipes, and saw that the 92nd was advancing up the long slope. The British guns were still hammering the enemy's centre. The Danish guns had stayed silent, but now a great blossom of smoke showed at the hilltop. But the sound was all wrong. A gun had exploded. "On! On!" Dunnick called. "Closer!" The 43rd was advancing now. There was to be nothing subtle here. The Welshmen and the Highlanders were in line and walking straight up the slope. They would march till they were in musket range, then loose a volley and fix bayonets. "Keep killing them!" Dunnick shouted. "Keep killing! I want their officers dead!" A riderless horse galloped along the front of the blue-coated Danish troops. Men were being thrown back from the enemy ranks by rifle bullets, and the file closers were pushing men to fill the gaps. The rifles were working. God, Sharpe thought, but it was murder. His rifle was loaded, but he hadn't shot it. "Bring on the frogs, I sir," Filmer said. "Bring on the bloody frogs!" Wellesley ordered his cavalry forward on the left flank beside the beach. They were German hussars, and they streamed out of the dunes leaving a trail of dust, their drawn blades glittering, and the sight of them must have convinced the Danes that the position was lost. For long before the advancing redcoat battalions came within range, they began to vanish from the crest. The firing died down as the targets vanished. There was a scatter of bodies higher up the field, but only one greenjacket was down. "Get his boots," Filmer told a man. "It was horrible Hopkins," he told Sharpe. "Smacked in the eye." "Forward! Forward!" Wellesley's voice rose sharp. The gunners were limbering up again. The German hussars had gone back to the line's centre, their mere presence having been enough to dislodge the enemy. The kilted Scots were already at the hill's crest, and the riflemen on the right of the road ran up to the skyline to see Currier ahead of them. Low roofs, chimneys, church spires and a mill. It could have been a town back home if the roofs hadn't been so red. But what caught Sharpe's eyes were the entrenchments that scarred the fields at Currier's edge. The Danes had not run away. They had merely pulled back into fortifications. The British infantry was hurrying on, but Danish cavalry was suddenly streaming out of the trenches and threatening to curl round the right-hand end of Wellesley's line. There was a clamour of bugle and whistle calls. The 43rd stopped. It did not form square, though every man was half expecting the order. The riflemen, vulnerable to a cavalry charge, hurried back towards the protection of the Welshmen's muskets. But then the German hussars appeared again, this time on the inland flank, and the Danish horsemen, outnumbered, checked their advance. Sharpe, his rifle cocked, ready to meet the cavalry charge, realized that Sir Arthur Wellesley must have anticipated the Danish manoeuvre and had his horsemen ready. The pipes started again, and Sharpe saw that the 92nd was being sent straight at the entrenchments. They weren't even waiting for the artillery, just marching forward to the beat of their drums and the wild music of the pipes. "Hate them bastards," Filmer said, in a tone of admiration. Sharpe was remembering Assaye, remembering the Highlanders marching so calmly into the heart of the enemy. The Danes, he reckoned, would have been unsettled by their swift retreat from the crest, and now they were being presented with an impudent assault that reeked of confidence. They could see the British artillery unlimbering, and knew that the 2nd Redcoat Battalion was readying to follow the 1st. Yet in all probability it would not be needed, for there was something utterly implacable about the Highlanders. They looked huge in their black fur hats as they advanced towards an angle of the trenches. The defenders far outnumbered them, but the trenches had been too hastily dug, and the Scotsmen were attacking one salient corner so that their massed musketry could drown a small portion of the defences with fire. The men further down the trenches were too far away to help. "They're going to run," Sharpe said. "You reckon so?" Filmer was not sure. "One volley in the bayonet," Sharpe said, "then the whole lot will bugger off." The Danes opened fire. They had lost their artillery, but their musketry was heavy. "Close up! Close up!" Sharpe heard the familiar litany of battle. "Close up!" The Scots appeared to ignore the fire, but just walked towards the smoke-rimmed piles of earth. A few bodies lay behind the battalion. Yellow ribbons fluttered from the pipes. "Halt!" The 92nd stopped dead. "Present!" It seemed that every man took a slight turn to his right as the muskets came up into their shoulders. "Fire!" One volley. One blast of foul, stinking smoke. "Fix bayonets!" There was an odd silence, in which Sharpe could hear the click of the bayonets being locked onto smoking muzzles. "Forward!" The line moved into their own smoke, showed again beyond the ragged cloud. "Charge!" The Scotsmen released gave a cheer, and Sharpe saw defenders scrambling from trenches and fleeing south. The air was suddenly alive with bugles and whistles. "Don't let them go to earth!" Wellesley shouted at the 43rd's commanding officer. There were more troops appearing in the west, and a Welsh officer called a warning. But the newcomers were the Germans under General Linsingen. Cavalrymen broke away from Linsingen's columns to start the pursuit. "Bloody hell," Filmer said. "That was quick." "Rifles!" a voice shouted. "Companies in column! On the road!" The Greenjackets, like every other man in Wellesley's army, had been hoping they could go into the town where there was food, liquor, and women. But only 2 companies went with the Highlanders to clear Currier streets, while the rest were ordered south behind the scavenging cavalry. They marched for an hour, passing corpses left in the fields by the marauding horsemen, and listening to the occasional crackle of faraway carbines. Some of the Danish dead were wearing wooden clogs. Scores of prisoners were being escorted northwards. At noon, the marching column approached a village and found that it at last caught up with the cavalry. The German horsemen had dismounted because a rearguard of the enemy was stubbornly defending a church and graveyard. The horsemen were firing carbines and pistols at too long a range and wasting their bullets against stone walls that were wreathed with smoke from Danish muskets. "It'll be a job for us," Sergeant Filmer said. "Just you wait." And wait they did. The battalion senior officers wanted to gauge how many of the enemy were in the small village, and that took time. The riflemen lay in a field, smoking pipes or sleeping. Sharpe walked up and down. Every once in a while a musket would fire from the church or from one of the nearby houses, but the cavalry had pulled back out of range, and the balls whistled uselessly overhead. Most incongruous of all was a group of civilian horsemen, who were evidently watching the whole confrontation from a safe distance. It looked like the local gentry come to see a battle, though for much of the early afternoon they saw nothing. But then Sir Arthur Wellesley and his staff arrived, and there was a flurry of shouts, whistle blasts, and sergeants' curses. "Told you it'd be our job," Filmer said. He squinted at the church. "Why can't they just bugger off? City bastards are lost, ain't they?" The Green Jackets spread into a skirmish line, then advanced until they were 100 paces from the makeshift fortress. "Fire!" Dunnet shouted at his company, and the rifle bullets cracked on stone. Sharpe watched the church, the closest cottages and graveyard wall, and could see no answering musket smoke. Dunnet must have seen the same. "Two company! Forward! Forward!" Dunnet shouted, and led his men to the churchyard wall, paused a second, then vaulted over. The riflemen followed, conscious that they were being watched by the civilian horsemen and by General Wellesley. Men crouched behind the gravestones, but it seemed the Danes had left. "Got bull waiting for us," Filmer said. "Into the street!" Dunnet called. The other companies were wrapping round the village, while the cavalry, mounted again, was following. Sharpe walked round the side of the church to find himself in a small, neat village. A score of men were at the far end of the street, running away. "Encourage them!" Dunnet shouted, and some of his riflemen ran to the centre of the street, knelt and fired a farewell volley at the fugitives. Sergeant Filmer took out his pipe. "Got blisters on my heel," he said to Sharpe. "It's Hopkins' boots, see, that don't fit." He pushed tobacco into the clay bowl. "Kept their heads, lads, didn't they? Did bloody well, they—" He never finished the sentence, but just pitched hard forward onto the dusty road, where blood splashed on the broken white clay of his pipe. The shot had come from behind. Sharpe turned and saw smoke drifting from an opening in the church tower. A bell hung in the shadows. "Will I just stand gaping?" Dunnet snarled at him. The captain, like the rest of his company, had taken shelter between the cottages. Then a man showed in the tower, outlined against the bell. He raised a musket as Sharpe raised the rifle. Filmer had been shot in the back, and Sharpe felt nothing as he squeezed the trigger. The bullet clanged against the bell, but it had gone clean through the man first. The musket dropped, clattering onto the roof of the church porch. Then the body felt a thump on red tiles and slide down into the graveyard. "You said something, Captain?" Sharpe asked, as he fished a new cartridge from his pouch. Dunnet walked away. Sharpe finished loading the rifle, then walked to the end of the street where a horse trough stood. He bent and drank. He splashed water on his face, then slung the rifle on his shoulder and stared southwards. The ground fell gently away. Off to his left the sun winked a myriad reflections from the sea, where a British warship's sails were heaped white. Sharpe wondered if it was the Pucelle, with his old friends aboard. Ahead of him the cavalry herded the fugitives, while to the right, about half a mile away in a small valley that was shaded by heavy trees, was a house that struck him as utterly beautiful. It was large, but not grand, low and wide, white-painted with big windows facing a carriage drive, a lake and a garden. Dark bushes had been trimmed into neat squares and cones. It looked comfortable and friendly, and for some reason Sharpe thought of Grace, and felt the tears prick his eyes. An old man came from the nearest cottage. He looked nervously at the green jackets, then decided they meant no harm, and so walked to Sharpe's side. He looked up into the rifleman's face, nodded a greeting, then gazed at the house. "Fugger," he said proudly. The name took a moment to register, then Sharpe looked at the old man. "This is Herr Follier?" he asked, nodding towards the village. "Ja, Herr Follier," the old man said happily, gesturing to the village, then pointed to the house. "Fugger." Lavis's grandfather's house. Fugger. And Laviser had reached Copenhagen remarkably quickly. Much too quickly for a man carrying a heavy chest of gold. And surely, Sharpe thought, Laviser would not want the gold trapped in a city that might be captured by an enemy. "Tak," he said fervently. "Mange tak." Many thanks, for he was going to Fugger. Chapter 8. Fugger's gates were closed but not locked. At first Sharpe thought the house was deserted, it was so quiet. Then he realized no one would leave an empty house with its shutters open. Red roses grew between the windows. The front lawn was newly scythed, the smooth green marked where the blade's tip had left almost imperceptible wide curves, and the afternoon air was filled with the scent of cut grass. He walked around the side of the house, past the large stables and coach-house, through a flower garden that buzzed with bees.
then under an archway cut from a box hedge, and found himself on a wide lawn that sloped to a lake. In the middle of the grass, beneath a spreading white parasol, a dark-haired woman lay in a chair. She wore a white dress. A straw hat decorated with a white ribbon sat with a discarded newspaper, a handbell, and a work-basket on a small wicker table. Sharpe stopped, expecting her to challenge him, or to call for the servants, but then realized she was asleep. It seemed extraordinary. A woman dreaming away the somnolent afternoon, while not a mile away cavalrymen were rousting terrified fugitives from ditches and hedgerows. The back of the house was heavy with wisteria, amongst which a white-painted door stood invitingly open. A basket of pears and crab-apples lay on the threshold. Sharpe stepped over it into the cool of a long, stone-flagged corridor hung with pictures of churches and castles. A rack held a dozen walking sticks and 2 umbrellas. A dog was sleeping in an alcove. It woke as Sharpe passed, but instead of barking, it just thumped its tail on the floor. He opened a door at random and found himself in a long, elegantly furnished parlour, with a white marble chimney breast that made him shudder as he remembered his ordeal in Scaugaw's flues. The room's windows overlooked the sleeping woman, and Sharpe stood between the thick curtains and wondered who she was. Lavis's cousin? She was much too young to be his grandmother. She seemed to have an incongruous musket propped beside her chair. Then Sharpe saw it was a pair of crutches. The newspaper on the wicker table, weighted down by the work-basket, stirred in the wind. So where would Laviser put his gold? Not in this room, with its well-staffed chairs, thick rugs, and gilt-framed portraits. Sharpe went into the main hall. A curving white staircase lay to his right, and beyond it an open door. He peered through the door and found a small parlour that had been turned into a bedroom. Presumably the woman on crutches could not climb the stairs, and so a bed had been placed under the window. Books were piled on the white-painted window-seat, while newspapers lay across the bed, and on a heavy leather valise that was overflowing with discarded petticoats. There were initials gilded on the valise's lid. M.L.V. He wondered if the L stood for Laviser, then dismissed the idea. And just then the name Visse came to him. La Visse. Visse. Madame Visse. And in Scaugaw's house his last pistol ball had struck someone, provoking a yelp of pain and leaving blood on the floor. The woman in the garden had crutches. He looked through the valise and found nothing with a name on it. He opened the books, but none was inscribed with an owner's name, though all, he thought, were in French. He went back to the big parlour and stared through the window at the sleeping woman. She was Lavis's accomplice. She was French. She was the enemy. Sharpe reckoned he could spend all day searching the house for gold, but why bother when Madame Visse could probably tell him where it was? He went back into the passage, where the dog thumped its tail in welcome for a second time, crossed the lawn and stood behind the chair, where he unslung the rifle from his shoulder. "Madame Visse?" he asked. "Oui?" She sounded startled, then went silent as she heard the weapon being cocked. She turned very slowly. "We met last week," Sharpe said. "I'm the man who shot you." "Then I hope you suffer all the torments of hell," she said calmly. She spoke English well. A disturbingly good-looking woman, Sharpe thought, with an elegant face, dark hair, and the eyes of a huntress. Those eyes, instead of showing fear, looked amused now. Her white dress had delicate lace at its neckline and hems, and looked so feminine that Sharpe had to remind himself of Ole Scaugaw's verdict on this woman. Merciless, he had said. "So, what do you want?" she asked. "Where is Lavis's gold?" She laughed. Not a pretend laugh, but genuine laughter. "Lieutenant Sharpe, isn't it? Major Lavis told me your name, Sharpe. Not very appropriate, is it?" She looked him up and down. "So, were you fighting up the hill?" "Wasn't much of a fight." "I can't imagine it was. Proper troops against farm boys. What does one expect? But my husband will be very disappointed. He and his friend rode up to watch. Did you see them? Perhaps you shot 2 gentlemen on horseback while you were culling the peasantry." She was still twisted awkwardly in the chair. "Why don't you stand in front of me?" she suggested, "where I can see your face properly." Sharpe moved, keeping the rifle pointed at her. Madame Vissé still seemed amused rather than frightened by the weapon's threat. "Did you really come to find the gold? Major Lavissée probably took it with him, and if that's all you came for, then you might as well go away again." "I think it's here," Sharpe said. "Then you're a fool," she said, and reached out for the small handbell on the wicker table. She picked it up, but did not ring it. "So what you going to do, fool? Shoot me?" "I did once. Why not again?" "I don't think you will," she said, then rang the bell vigorously. "There," she exclaimed. "I'm still alive." Sharpe found her good looks unsettling. He lowered the rifle's muzzle. "Where did I shoot you?" "In the leg," she said. "You have given me a scar on the thigh, and I think I ate you." "Should have been in your head," Sharpe said. "But the wound does well," she went on. "Thank you for asking." She turned as a sleepy-eyed servant girl came from the house. She spoke to the girl in Danish, and the maid curtsied and then ran back indoors. "I've sent for help," Madame Vissé said. "So, if you have any sense, you'll leave now." She was right, Sharpe thought. He should leave, but the gold was a lure, and finding it would be a sweet revenge on Lavissée. "I'm looking for the bastard's gold," he told her, "and you can send for all the servants you want." He used the rifle's muzzle to open the work-basket that weighted the newspaper. "You think I keep 1,000 guineas in there?" Madame Vissé asked with amusement. Sharpe had been looking for a pistol, but the only things in the basket were folded papers and a lethally long hatpin. He backed away. "1,000 guineas?" he asked. "What about the other 42,000? For the first time since he'd woken her, Madame Vissé looked discomfited. 42,000. "He stole 43,000 guineas, Sharpe said. "Well, what did he tell you? That it was 1,000? She said nothing, and he knew he had surprised her. "So which room did he use here?" he asked her. She shrugged. "Upstairs, I suppose." She frowned at Sharpe. 43,000. She sounded disbelieving. "All except for 15 guineas that I stole off him." "I imagine he took it to Copenhagen," Madame Vissé said. "Or hid it here," Sharpe said. She nodded. "There are cellars and attics." She shrugged. "What will you do with it?" "Return it to the British." Madame Vissé smiled. "I think, Lieutenant, you will keep it, and my silence will cost you 5,000. He backed away. "Cheap, aren't you?" She just smiled and blew him a kiss. He still backed away, unsure whether she had a pistol hidden under her skirts. But she didn't move, just watched as he went back into the house. He went upstairs. He considered searching the bedrooms, but decided Lavissée would not leave a fortune where any servant could filch from it, and so he looked for the attic stairs and found them behind a small door. The loft was dusty, but lit by small dormer windows, and it was also crammed with chests, valises, and crates. His hopes rose. There was no gold. There were chests filled with ancient papers, crates of old toys, and piles of moth-eaten clothes. There was a child's sledge, a rocking horse, and a model ship that was rigged with cobwebs. But no guineas. He couldn't search all the boxes, but he could lift them, and detect from their weight where the gold was stored inside, and there was none. "Damn," he thought. So search the cellars. Madame Vissé had sent for help, and even though no one had yet disturbed him, he knew he didn't have much time. He ran down the narrow, uncarpeted attic stairs, then crossed the landing and went down the big, curving stairs, and there in the hall, of all people, was Captain Warren Dunnet. 6 riflemen were with him, their grubby uniforms looking out of place in the elegant setting. Dunnet smiled as Sharpe came downstairs. "You're under arrest, Lieutenant." "Don't be daft," Sharpe said. He saw the surprise on Dunnet's face, then pushed past the 6 riflemen, who looked embarrassed. "Sharpe," Dunnet called. "Go boil your head." Sharpe answered. He went down the passage, past the dog, and so out into the back garden, where Madame Vissé was now attended by Captain Murray and two black-coated civilians in breeches and riding boots. The maid, Sharpe guessed, must have run to the village and appealed to the British. Captain Murray, a decent man who commanded a company of greenjackets, shook his head sadly. "What were you thinking of, Sharpe?" "Thinking of nothing," Sharpe protested. Dunnet and his men had followed him onto the lawn. "Do you know who this woman is?" Sharpe asked Murray. "She's my wife, Lieutenant," one of the two civilians answered, "and I am an accredited French diplomat." "Last week," Sharpe said, "I watched that bitch pull a man's teeth because he was a British agent." "Don't be so ridiculous," Dunnet snapped. He stepped towards Sharpe and held out his hand. "Give me your pistol, Lieutenant, and your sabre." "Captain," Madame Vissé said reprovingly, "perhaps Lieutenant Sharpe has been affected by battle. I'm told it makes some men insane. I think you should place him in a hospital." "We shall arrest him, ma'am," Dunnet said enthusiastically. "Give me your rifle, Sharpe." "Bloody take it," Sharpe said. The anger was rising dangerously in him. "Richard," Captain Murray said emolliently. He took Sharpe's elbow and showed surprise when his hand was shaken off. "This isn't the place, Richard," he said softly. "We can sort things out back at the village." "There's nothing to bloody sort out. I didn't do anything here." "You trespassed, Richard. It ain't a serious offence." "Lieutenant Sharpe!" Dunnet was becoming impatient. "You will give me your weapons now, or I shall order my men to take them." "Parole, Warren, parole," Murray suggested. Madame Vissé watched Sharpe with mock sympathy and a half-smile. She'd won, and was enjoying his humiliation. Then a new voice sounded angrily from the arch in the box hedge. "What the devil is going on?" the voice demanded, and the group on the lawn turned to see that Sir Arthur Wellesley, attended by 3 aides, had come to the house. "Someone tells me an officer was plundering here." The general was plainly furious as he strode across the grass. "My God, I will not abide plundering, especially by officers. How can you expect obedience from the men when officers are corrupt?" "I took nothing," Sharpe protested. "Oh, it's you," Wellesley said in a distant tone. Madame Vissé, struck by the general's good looks, was smiling at him, while her husband bowed stiffly and introduced himself. Wellesley spoke to them in fluent French. Dunnet and Murray stood back, and Sharpe stared down at the wicker table and cursed his impulsiveness. Wellesley turned cold eyes on Sharpe. "Monsieur Vissé tells me you were annoying his wife." "I put a bullet through her leg, sir," Sharpe said, "if that's what he means." "You did what?" Wellesley snapped. "Last week, sir, in Copenhagen. She was pulling a man's teeth at the time, and he was one of our agents." Wellesley stared at him. Madame Vissé chuckled. "He's mad, sir," Captain Dunnet said. "I fear the sun or else the strain of battle has gone to his head, Sir Arthur," Madame Vissé said gently. "I hurt my leg falling from a horse. Otherwise, I would have ridden with my husband to witness your great victory. Instead, I stayed here, and Lieutenant Sharpe threatened me with a rifle and said he would search the house for gold." She shrugged. "It is sad, I think, but perhaps you do not pay your officers properly." "Is that true, Sharpe?" Wellesley's voice was as cold as Sharpe had ever heard it. "Of course it isn't true, sir," Sharpe said. He was not looking at Sir Arthur, but at the work-basket. A hat-pin, he thought. She had a hat-pin in the work-basket. My God, it was a wild chance, but perhaps the only one he had. Sir Arthur, confronted with an attractive woman, was talking to her in French and doubtless believing everything she said. And in a moment he would confirm Dunnet's order to have Sharpe arrested. And so, while the general was distracted, Sharpe stooped and pulled a newspaper from beneath the work-basket. It was a copy of the Berlingske Tidende. Nothing strange about that. But Madame Vissé still made an ineffectual lunge to grab it back from him. Wellesley frowned. "What the devil?" he began, then watched as Sharpe unfolded the paper and held it up to the sun. Tiny dots of light sparked on the page. Monsieur Vissé and the other civilians stepped back, as if to suggest they had nothing to do with whatever happened next, and Sharpe just gazed at the pricks of sunlight
and felt a great surge of relief. He was safe. "Sir," he said. Wellesley came and stood beside him, then took the paper and held it high. He stared at the pinpricks for a very long while. Dunnet, not understanding what was happening, fidgeted. Madame Visse sat still, saying nothing. The General still examined the tiny dots of light. "I'm told, sir," Sharpe said, "that each pinprick beneath a letter is—"
"I know how the system works, thank you, Sharpe,"
Wellesley said coldly. He read off each letter to decipher the hidden message, then finally lowered the newspaper.
"You're employed on some obscure business for Sir David Baird, am I right?"
"Yes, sir."
"And Lord Pumphrey was entangled in the affair, yes?"
"Yes, sir."
He woke me in London to ask my opinion of you, Sharpe."
"He did, sir?" Sharpe could not hide his surprise.
"The message is in French, Sharpe," the General said, carefully folding the paper. "And so far as I can see, it instructs their agents of the city to obey the Crown Prince's instructions to burn the fleet. I imagine General Cathcart will be interested."
Wellesley thrust the folded paper back to Sharpe.
"Take it to him, Sharpe. It looks as if your business is unfinished. Can you still sit on a horse?"
"Yes, sir."
You never did it well. Let us pray you've learned better."
He turned to one of his aides.
"You will arrange for Lieutenant Sharpe to go north now. Right now. Madame, you are a diplomat, so I must leave you inviolate."
"Such a pity," Madame Visse said, clearly entranced by Sir Arthur. Captain Dunnet seethed. Murray smiled, and Madame Visse just shook her head at Sharpe, who blew her a kiss, then rode north. The dinner was held in one of the big houses in Copenhagen's suburbs, a house very similar to the one where Skovgaard had lost his 2 teeth. A dozen men sat about the table that was presided over by General Sir William Cathcart, 10th Baron Cathcart, and commander of His Britannic Majesty's army in Denmark. He was a heavy-set and gloomy man, with a perpetual look of worry that was being exacerbated by the thin, intense man sitting to his right. Francis Jackson was from the Foreign Office, and had been sent to Holstein to negotiate with the Crown Prince long before Cathcart's forces had left Britain. The Danes had refused Jackson's demands, and now he had come to Copenhagen to insist that Cathcart bombard the city. "I don't like the notion," Cathcart grumbled.
"You don't have to like it," Jackson said.
He peered at the lamb and turnips on his plate, as if trying to work out precisely what he'd been served.
"We must just do it."
"And swiftly." Lord Pumphrey supported Jackson. The small bird-like Pumphrey was seated to Cathcart's left, thus completing the Foreign Office's encirclement of the General. His lordship had chosen a white coat edged with gold braid that gave him a vaguely military look, though it was spoilt by the beauty spot that had been fixed to his cheek again. "The weather will become our enemy soon," he said. "Is that not true, Chase?" Captain Joel Chase of the Royal Navy, seated at the table's far end, nodded.
"The Baltic becomes very adverse in late autumn, my lord,"
Chase answered in his rich Devonshire accent.
"Fogs, gales, all the usual nuisances."
Chase had been invited ashore to dine with Cathcart, a courtesy that was extended every night to some naval officer, and he had brought his first lieutenant, Peel, who had drunk too much and was now fast asleep in his chair. Chase, who had taken care to sit beside Sharpe, now leant towards the rifleman.
"What do you think, Richard?"
"We shouldn't do it," Sharpe said. He was sitting far enough from Cathcart for his comment to go unheard.
"We will, though,"
Chase said softly. The tall, fair-haired naval captain commanded the Pucelle, the ship on which Sharpe had served at Trafalgar, and he had greeted Sharpe with obvious delight.
"My dear Richard, how good to see you, and I'm so very sorry."
The two men had not met since Grace's death, and it had been aboard Chase's ship that Grace and Sharpe had loved so passionately.
"I did write," Chase had told Sharpe, "but the letter was returned."
"Lost the house," Sharpe said bleakly.
"Hard, Richard, hard."
"How things on the Pucelle, sir?"
"Oh, we struggle by, Richard, struggle by. Let me think, who will you recall? Hopper's still my boatswain. Clouter thrives with a few fingers missing, and young Colliers has his lieutenant's exams next month. He ought to pass, so long as he doesn't confuse his trigonometry."
"What's that?"
"Oh, tedious stuff that you forget the day after the lieutenant's exam," Chase said.
He'd insisted on sitting next to the rifleman, even though seniority should have placed him much closer to Lord Cathcart.
"The man's a bore," he told Sharpe. "Cautious and boring. He's as bad as the Admiral. No, not quite. Gambier's a Bible thumper. Keeps asking if I've been washed in the blood of the Lamb. And have you? Bathed, sluiced, washed, drenched and soaked, Sharpe. Reeking of blood."
Chase had smiled. Now he listened to the conversation at the table's far end before leaning close to Sharpe again.
"The truth is, Richard, they don't want to assault the city because it's all too well walled. So we'll unleash the mortars. Not much choice. It's either that or we'll have you fellows assault a breach." "But there are women and children inside."
Sharpe protested too loudly. Lord Pumphrey, who had been responsible for bringing Sharpe to the dinner, overheard the comment.
"There are women, children, and ships, Sharpe. Ships."
"Aye, but will there be any ships?" Chase asked.
"There had better bloody be ships,"
Sir David Baird growled. Cathcart ignored Baird, staring instead at Chase, whose question had raised alarm around the table. Jackson, the senior diplomat, pushed a gristly scrap of lamb to one side of his plate.
"The Danes," he said, "will surely be reluctant to burn their fleet. They'll wait till the very last minute, will they not?" "Last minute or not," Chase said energetically, "they'll still burn it, and ships burn fast. Remember the Achille, Richard?"
"The Achille?" Pumphrey asked.
"A French 74, my lord, burned at Trafalgar. 1 minute she was fighting, next minute an incandescent wreck. Incandescent."
He pronounced each syllable cheerfully.
"We risk a city full of dead women and children in return for a pile of damp ashes."
Cathcart, Jackson, and Pumphrey all frowned at him. Lieutenant Peel woke himself up by snoring abruptly, and looked about the table, startled.
"The message concealed in the newspaper," Lord Pumphrey said, "is presumably addressed to Lavisser."
"We can assume so,"
Jackson agreed, crumbling a piece of bread.
"And it grants him permission from his French masters to carry out the Danish orders to deprive us of the fleet."
"Agreed,"
Jackson said carefully.
"The good news,"
Cathcart intervened,
"is that thanks to Mr.—"
He paused, unable to remember Sharpe's name.
"Thanks to the lieutenant's watchfulness, we intercepted the message."
Lord Pumphrey smiled.
"We can be quite certain, my lord, that more than one copy was sent. It would be usual in such circumstances to take such a wise precaution. We can also be certain that because Monsieur and Madame Vissay are protected by diplomatic agreement, they are free to send more such messages."
"Precisely so,"
Jackson said.
"Ah."
Cathcart shrugged and leaned back in his chair.
"And we shall look remarkably foolish," Lord Pumphrey continued mildly, "if we were to capture the city and find, as Captain Chase so delicately phrases it, a pile of damp ashes."
"Damn it, man," Cathcart said, "we want the ships."
"Prize money,"
Chase whispered to Sharpe.
"More wine."
"But how to stop the ships being fired?" Pumphrey asked the table at large.
"Pray for rain?"
Lieutenant Peel suggested, then blushed.
Sorry."
General Baird frowned.
"I'll have our incendiaries ready,"
he observed.
"You can explain that, Sir David?"
Jackson asked.
"I'll have stuffed the ships with incendiaries,"
Baird said.
"Canvas bales filled with saltpetre, meal powder, sulphur, resin and oil."
Baird listed the ingredients with an indecent relish.
"And once the fuses are lit, those boats shall be pure flames in 3 minutes. Pure flame."
He smiled, then used a candle to light a dark cigar.
"Dear God,"
Jackson murmured.
"It probably isn't sufficient, then,"
Lord Pumphrey spoke very judiciously,
"to remove Captain Lavisser from the city."
"Remove him?" Cathcart asked, startled. Lord Pumphrey, so small and frail, drew a finger across his throat, then shrugged.
"The message suggests that our renegade is the officer charged with delivering the order to burn the fleet. But alas, if he's absent, then someone else will surely give the order."
Everyone stared at the diminutive Pumphrey. Baird, approving the idea of killing Lavisser, smiled, but most of the other officers looked shocked. Jackson just shook his head sadly.
"One devoutly wishes that such a simple solution would obviate our problem, but alas, the Danes will have other men ready to start a conflagration."
He sighed and looked up at the ceiling.
It'll be a terrible defeat, he mused, if we were to come this far and lose the prize. But damn it, the frogs won't get the ships, Cathcart protested. That's the point, ain't it? A most craven defeat, Jackson said, ignoring the general's words. For all the king's horses and all the king's men to have come this far merely to provoke a bonfire, we shall be the laughing-stock of Europe.
He made the last observation to Cathcart, with the obvious insinuation that his lordship would be the butt of the joke. General Baird signalled a waiter to bring the decanter of port.
"Will the ships be fully manned?" he demanded.
No one answered, but most looked to Chase for an answer. The naval captain shrugged as if to suggest he didn't know. Sharpe hesitated, then spoke up.
"The sailors have been added to the garrison, sir." "So how many men are left aboard?"
Baird demanded.
2 or 3,
Chase opined.
"The ships aren't in danger where they are, so I have crews aboard. Besides, I'm sure they're en flute." "They're what?"
Baird asked.
"En flute, Sir David. Their guns will have been taken ashore to add to the garrison's ordnance, so their gun ports are empty, like a flute's finger-holes." "Why didn't you damn well say so?"
"And ships en flute," Chase went on, "won't need crews,
or nothing more than a couple of fellows to keep an eye on the mooring lines, pump out the bilges, and be ready to light the fuses." "A couple of fellows, eh?"
Baird asked.
"And the question is, I suppose, how do we get a few of our fellows into the inner harbour?"
Cathcart just stared at him wide-eyed. Jackson sipped port.
"Well?"
Baird inquired belligerently.
"Well, I was there last week," Sharpe said. "Walked in. No guards." "You can't send men into the city. They won't last an hour,"
Cathcart protested.
Sharpe did,
Lord Pumphrey said in his delicately high voice. He was staring at the chandelier, apparently fascinated by a lengthening strand of wax that threatened to drip into the dessert bowl. "You lasted a good few days, didn't you, Sharpe?"
"You did?"
Cathcart stared at Sharpe.
"I pretended to be an American, sir." "What did you do?"
Cathcart asked.
"Spit tobacco juice everywhere?"
He had made his name in the War of American Independence and reckoned himself an expert on the erstwhile colonies.
"But even if our fellows can survive in the city," Captain Chase said, "how do we get them inside?"
Francis Jackson, elegant in a black suit and white silk shirt, snipped the end from a cigar.
"How do the Danes infiltrate their messengers into the city?" "Small boats close inshore dark nights," Chase said shortly.
"There's a small jetty," Sharpe said diffidently, "a small wooden pier by the citadel where people go to fish. It's very close to the fort, too close, maybe." "And right under the guns of the Sixtus battery," one of Cathcart's aides observed.
"But a dark night?"
Chase was suddenly enthusiastic.
"Muffled oars? Blackened boat? Yes, why not? But why land at the pier? Why not row all the way in?"
"Well, there's a boom across the outer harbour," Sharpe said, "and across the inner, but the pier's outside the boom."
"Ah, well, the pier it is, then."
Chase smiled, then looked down the table at Cathcart.
"But we'd need the Admiral's permission to send a launch, my lord, and might I suggest, with all the humility at my command, that this is a service best done by sailors? Unless, of course, you have soldiers who can find their way around a darkened ship at night."
"Cite a verse from the Bible," Lord Pumphrey observed quietly, "that justifies such an expedition, and I'm sure Lord Gambier will grant permission." One or two men smiled. The others wondered whether the prickly Admiral really would authorize such a gamble.
"He'll give permission when he knows his prize money depends on it,"
Baird growled. There was an embarrassed silence. Prize money, though much appreciated, was rarely acknowledged openly. Every senior officer, Army and Navy, stood to make a small fortune if the Danes refused to surrender, for then the ships would be prizes of war and worth real money. "I suspect Lieutenant Sharpe should go with your sailors," Lord Pumphrey suggested. "He has a certain knowledge of the city."
"I'm sure we'd welcome him,"
Chase said, then looked at his friend.
"Would you come?"
Sharpe thought of Astrid.
"Yes, sir," he said.
"But if it were done," Lord Pumphrey said, "then it were done quickly. Your fellows will be ready to open the bombardment in a day or two, will they not?"
"If we bombard,"
Cathcart growled.
"We must,"
Jackson insisted. The argument returned to its old course, whether or not to bomb the city. Sharpe sipped port, listened to Copenhagen's bells ring the hour, and thought of Astrid. The devil lurched up the slope and stuck at the top. "For God's sake, push, you heathen bastards!" A sergeant, muddied to his waist, snarled at a dozen men. "Push!" The devil's 8 horses were whipped, the men heaved at the wheels, and the devil threatened to slide down the heap of clay. "Put your bloody backs into it!" the sergeant bellowed. "Push!" "Much too painful to watch," Lord Pumphrey said, and turned his back. It was the morning after Cathcart's dinner, and his lordship was feeling distinctly fragile. He and Sharpe were on a dune, not far from where the devil was stuck, and his lordship had an easel on which a very small piece of paper was pinned. He also had a box of watercolour paints, a tumbler of water, and a set of brushes, with which he was making a picture of Copenhagen's skyline. "I do thank the Lord I was never intended for the army," his lordship went on, touching a brush to the paper. "So very noisy." The devil inched over the heap of clay and trundled down to the battery. It was a grotesquely heavy cart made for transporting mortars. The mortar carriage rode on the cart, while the barrel was slung beneath the rear axle. The battery already possessed 6 long-barreled 24-pounder guns that had been fetched ashore from a ship of the line. Now it was being equipped with as many mortars. They were evil-looking weapons, just metal pots, really, squat and fat and short. The carriage was a chunk of wood, in which the pop was set so it was pointing high into the air, with a wedge at its front to change the elevation, though most gunners preferred to adjust their weapons' range by varying the amount of powder in the charge. Sharpe, watching the men manoeuvre the devil beneath the 3-legged gin that would lift the heavy barrel off the ground and onto the carriage, tried to imagine the gun being fired. There would be no recoil, for the carriage had no wheels or trails, and the gun was not being fired horizontally. So instead of leaping back, the squat mass of wood and iron would simply try and bury itself in the earth. The mortars being assembled in this battery were all 10-inch weapons, not the biggest, but he imagined the smoking balls arcing high into the clouding sky and thumping down inside Copenhagen. Lord Pumphrey must have guessed his thoughts. "These guns will be firing at the citadel, Sharpe. Does that assuage your tender conscience?" Sharpe wondered if he should tell Pumphrey about the orphans in the city, then decided such a description would be wasted on his lordship. "General Cathcart doesn't seem to want to bombard either, my lord." "General Cathcart will do what his political masters instruct him to do," Pumphrey observed, "and in the absence of any minister of the Crown, he'll have to listen to Mr. Jackson whether he likes it or not." "Not to you, my lord?" Sharpe asked mischievously. "I'm a minion, Sharpe," Pumphrey claimed, touching his brush to the paint and frowning at his picture. "I am a lowly figure of absolutely no importance. Yet, of course, I shall use whatever small influence I can muster to encourage Cathcart to bombard the city. Beginning tomorrow night, I hope." "Tomorrow?" Sharpe was surprised it would be so soon. "Why ever not? The gun should be ready, and the sooner it's done, the better, so we can be spared this dreadful discomfort and return to London." Pumphrey looked quizzically at Sharpe. "But why are you squeamish? Your reputation doesn't suggest squeamishness?" "I don't mind killing men," Sharpe said, "but I never had a taste for slaughtering women and children. Too easy." "Easy victories are the best ones," Pumphrey said, "and usually the cheapest, and cheapness, you must remember, is the greatest desideratum of governments. I refer, of course, to their expenditure, not to their emoluments. If a man in government cannot become rich, then he doesn't deserve the privileges of office." He flicked the brush across the top of the paper, smearing clouds out of the greyish paint. "The trouble is," he said, "that I never know when to finish." "Finish?" "Painting, Sharpe, painting. Too much and the painting will be heavy. Watercolour should be light, suggestive, nothing more." He stepped back and frowned at the painting. "I think it's almost there." Sharpe looked at the painting. "I think it's very good, my lord." He did, too. Pumphrey had wonderfully caught the city's near-magical look, with its green spires and domes and red roofs. "I think it's really good." "How very kind you are, Sharpe, how very kind." Pumphrey seemed genuinely pleased, then shuddered as the sergeant cursed the men hauling on the lines that would hoist the mortar barrel. There were now 15 batteries ringing the city's western edge.
the closest ones hard against the protective canal, while offshore the British bomb-ships were anchored in an arc facing the citadel, and the Sixtus battery which together guarded the harbour entrance. The Danish gunships were staying home. In the first few days they had done serious damage to the Royal Navy's gunships, for they drew less water and carried heavier ordnance. But the establishment of British shore batteries had driven them away, and the city was now effectively locked in a metal embrace. The boom of the big guns was constant, but they were all Danish, as the cannon on the city walls kept a steady fire on the closest British batteries. But the shots were burying themselves in the great bulwarks of earth-filled fascines that protected the guns and mortars. Sharpe, from his vantage point on the dune, could see the smoke wreathing the wall. The city's copper spires and red roofs showed above the churning cloud. Closer to him, among the big houses and gardens, the earth was scarred by the newly dug British batteries. A dozen houses were burning there, fired by the Danish shells that hissed across the canal. 3 windmills had their sails tethered against a blustering wind that blew the smoke westwards and fretted the moored fleet that filled the sea lanes to the north of Copenhagen. Over 300 transport ships were anchored there, a wooden town afloat. The Pucelle was one of the closest big ships, and Sharpe was waiting for its launch to come ashore, so that tonight, if the clouds thickened to obscure the moon, they could try to enter the city. He looked at the spars again and thought of Astrid. It was odd that he could not conjure her face to his memory. But nor could he ever see Grace in his mind's eye. He had no portrait. "The Danes, of course, might just surrender now," Pumphrey said. "It would be the sensible thing to do." He was touching little smears of lighter green to highlight the city spires. "I've learned one thing as a soldier," Sharpe said, "which is that the sensible thing never gets done." "My dear Sharpe," Pumphrey pretended to be impressed, "we'll make a staff officer of you yet." "God forbid, my lord." "You don't like the staff, Sharpe?" Pumphrey was teasing. "What I'd like, sir, is a company of riflemen and to do some proper fighting against the frogs." "You'll doubtless get your wish." Sharpe shook his head. "No, my lord. They don't like me. They'll keep me a quartermaster." "But you have friends in high places, Sharpe," Pumphrey said. "High and hidden." Pumphrey frowned at his picture, suddenly unhappy with it. "Sir David will not forget you, I can assure you. And Sir Arthur, I think, keeps an eye on you." "He'd like to see me gone, my lord," Sharpe said, not hiding his bitterness. Lord Pumphrey shook his head. "I suspect you mistake his customary coldness towards all men as a particular distaste for yourself. I asked him for an opinion on you, and it was very high, Sharpe, very high. But he is, I grant you, a difficult man, very distant, don't you think? And talking of distance, Lady Grace Hell was an extremely remote cousin. I doubt he cares one way or the other." "Were we talking of that, my lord?" "No, Sharpe, we were not, and I do apologize." Sharpe watched as the mortar was lowered into its carriage. "What about you, my lord?" he asked. "What's a civilian doing as an aide to a general?" "Offering sound advice, Sharpe, offering sound advice." "That's not usual, is it, my lord?" "Sound advice is very unusual indeed. But it's not usual, is it, my lord, for a civilian to be given a place on the staff?" Lord Pumphrey shivered inside his heavy coat, though the day was not particularly cold. "You might say, Sharpe, that I was imposed on Sir David. You know he was in trouble." "I heard, sir." Baird's career had suffered after India. He had been captured by a French privateer on his way home, spent 3 years as a prisoner, and on his release was sent as governor to the Cape of Good Hope, where he had foolishly allowed a subordinate to make an unauthorized raid on Buenos Aires, a whole ocean away, and the disastrous foray had led to demands for Baird's dismissal. He had been exonerated, but the taint of disgrace still lingered. "The General," Lord Pumphrey said, "has all the martial virtues except prudence." "And that's what you give him?" "The Duke of York was unwise enough to enroll Sir David's help in facilitating Lavis's outrageous scheme. We advised against, as you know, but we also pulled a string or two to make certain that someone could keep an eye on matters. I am that all-seeing eye. And, as I said, I proffer advice. We want no more irresponsible adventures." Sharpe smiled. "Which is why you're sending me back into Copenhagen, my lord?" Pumphrey returned the smile. "If Laviser lives, Lieutenant,
then he will inevitably spread stories about the Duke of York, and the British government, in its infinite wisdom, does not want the French newspapers to be filled with salacious tales of Mary Anne Clark. Mary Anne Clark? A very beautiful creature, Sharpe, but not, alas, the Duke's wife. The Duchess is a Prussian princess, and has, I'm sure, many merits, but she seems to lack Miss Clark's more lubricious skills. Sharpe saw a launch appear between two of the bomb catches. So, you want Lavisa dead, my lord? I would never presume to issue such an order, Pumphrey said smoothly. I merely note that you have a reputation for resourcefulness, and therefore rely on you to do what is needful. And might I remind you that several thousand guineas are missing? I understand you look for them in Vugel. I was going to return them to you, my lord. The thought never once crossed my mind that you would not, Sharpe, Pumphrey said with a smile. He watched a round shot from the citadel skip across the small waves and finally sink just short of a British gunboat. There is, as it happens, another service you could render us in Copenhagen. That message you so cleverly intercepted, it was about more than burning the fleet, Sharpe. There was a gnomic sentence at the end to the effect that Paris is still demanding the list of names. I suspect that means Skalgor, don't you? I'm sure it does. You tell me he's taken precautions? He thinks so. He thinks God is looking after him, and he reckons I'm evil. I do so dislike religious enthusiasm, Pumphrey said. But do call on him, if you'd be so kind, just to make sure he's alive. Pumphrey frowned. What's most important, Sharpe, is not the gold. It's not Lavis's miserable life, nor even the unhappy chance that the Paris newspapers will spread tittle-tattle about Miss Clark. What is important is that the French do not discover the identities of Skalgor's correspondents. It's a pity that they've even learnt his identity, for I fear he cannot possibly be kept safe when we've gone from here. But once this business is over, I shall attempt to persuade him to move to Britain. I doubt he'll want to. I find most men prefer living to dying, Lord Pumphrey said, then stepped back to look at his painting. He shook his head in disappointment, tossed the brush down, emptied the water tumbler, and closed the box of paints, evidently abandoning his efforts. It'll be sad to lose Skalgor's services, but doubtless another man can be found to receive messages. Do you think that's your launch? And might I wish you joy of the hunt in Copenhagen? Pumphrey offered Sharpe a hand. Is there a reward for a successful hunt, my lord? Sharpe asked. The gold is not enough, Pumphrey inquired. Then perhaps your reward will be the joy of catching your prey. I'm tired of being a quartermaster, my lord. Ah! You look for advancement, Pumphrey smiled. Let me see what I can offer you, Sharpe, though you may not like it. Like it? Sharpe asked, puzzled. After you left Harwich, Sharpe, Lord Pumphrey said with evident enjoyment, and before we ourselves embarked on a most uncomfortable vessel, a strange report came from London. A distressing murder in Wapping, of all places. Nothing strange in that, of course, except that a dozen witnesses swear that the criminal was an army officer. What do you make of that, Sharpe? He waited for an answer, but Sharpe said nothing. Pumphrey shrugged. Look after my trivial errand, Sharpe, and I shall make certain you remain an army officer, even a despised quartermaster. As for staying a quartermaster, well, I'm sure that in the proper time your own merits will elevate you far above that station, and I anticipate observing your career with pride, knowing that I preserved it at a time of crisis. And I promise you I shall do my trivial best to advance your interests. He looked up at the sky. It clouds over very nicely. Forgive me if I don't wave you farewell. I shall catch my death of cold if I stay here. My lord, Sharpe began. Pumphrey silenced him by holding up a hand. Then he folded his easel and picked up the paint-box. The man in Wapping was decapitated, they say, quite decapitated. Do give my regards to John Lavisa, won't you? He walked away. Bastard, Sharpe thought. Bastard! He liked him, though. Then he turned and walked to the boat. Midshipman Collier was in charge. He'd grown since Trafalgar, and was now a young man who smiled with genuine pleasure to see Sharpe. We knew he was in for some dirty work when we heard you were coming. You remember Hopper? Hopper is unforgettable, Sharpe said, grinning at the boatswain of the crew who tugged his forelock. "And Clouter!" Sharpe spotted the huge black man, whose right hand was now a mangled claw of 2 fingers, a legacy of Trafalgar. "How are you, Clouter?"
"Right as rain, sir."
"Shall we go?" Collier asked. Sharpe was watching Lord Pumphrey pick his fastidious way across the dunes. Be sure your sin will find you out, Sharpe thought. So now he must go back into the city and commit murder, and find the gold, and look for Astrid. And that last task seemed the most important. He stepped into the boat, still confused. Chapter 9. The launch, instead of taking Sharpe to the Pucelle, carried him only as far as the Vesuvius, a bomb ship anchored much closer to the harbour mouth. Captain Chase was waiting aboard, to the evident apprehension of the Vesuvius's commander, a mere lieutenant, who was in awe of having a genuine post-captain aboard his vessel. Sharpe and Collier, being officers, were formally whistled aboard at the bomb ship's waist, while the launch's crew scrambled over the bows. "I thought we'd spend the day here," Chase explained. "I'm sending my crew into the city with you, Sharpe, and it's much less far to pull from here than from the Pucelle. I brought dinner with me." "And weapons, sir?" "Hopper has your arsenal." Sharpe still had the rifle he'd borrowed at Coya, but he'd asked Chase for more weapons, and Hopper had brought them from the Pucelle. There was a heavy cutlass, 2 pistols, and one of the massive 7-barrel guns that Sharpe had used at Trafalgar. It was a naval weapon of stunning ferocity and limited usefulness. The 7 barrels, each of a 1/2-inch diameter, were clustered, so they could be fired together. But the gun, which had been designed to fire down from the rigging onto an enemy deck, took an age to reload. Nevertheless, used once and used right, it was devastating. Sharpe hung the squat, heavy gun next to the rifle on his shoulder and strapped the cutlass round his waist. "Good to have a proper blade again. So you're coming into the city, Hopper?" "Captain wanted the best, sir," Hopper said, then hesitated. The lads and me, sir." "You're the best," Sharpe said. No, sir." Hopper shook his head to indicate that Sharpe had misunderstood him. He was a huge man with a tarred pigtail and a skin smothered in tattoos, who now blushed. "Me and the lads, sir," he said, shifting uncomfortably and unable to meet Sharpe's gaze. "We wanted to say how sorry we were, sir. She was a proper lady." "She was." Sharpe smiled, touched by the words. "Thank you, Hopper." "They were going to send you a gift for your child," Chase told him a few moments later, when the 2 men were ensconced in the Vesuvius's small after-cabin. "They made a crib from some of the Pucelle's timbers, broken at Trafalgar. It was probably burned in the galley fire when they heard the news. Sad days, Richard, sad days. So, you ready for tonight?" "Yes, sir." "Young Collier's in charge of the landing party," Chase said. "I wanted to go myself, but the Admiral refused me permission. The wretched man said I was too valuable." "And he's right, sir. He's a tedious bore, Richard, who should be in charge of some cunting little chapel instead of a fleet. But Collier knows his business." Sharpe was dubious that an officer as young as Collier should command the landing party, but Chase was blithely confident. The men, once ashore, were to go to the inner harbour and there board a ship. Any ship, Chase said, because once safely aboard, they would hide on the lower decks. "Effectively, the ships are laid up," Chase explained, "which means no one's aboard except possibly a few fellows who'll light the fuses, and you can wager 10 years' salary to a farthing that they'll be wallowing in the officers' quarters. Collier's fellows can wait down below, and the only risk, frankly, is if the Danes are doing any work aboard. One carpenter down in the ship's well, and we'll have to start cutting throats." "When do you cut the fuses?" Sharpe asked. "Collier will have to judge the moment," Chase said. And the careless answer worried Sharpe, even though it was none of his business. He was going into the city to hunt Lavisser, while the cutting of the Danish fleet's fuses was Collier's responsibility. And again Sharpe wondered if the young midshipman was really the right man, but Chase would not abide any doubts. "He'll do splendidly, Richard, just splendidly. Now, how about some dinner? I've brought chine, tongue, and cold hog's puddings." "Hog's puddings?" "Devonshire food, Sharpe, real food. I do like a hog's pudding." Sharpe slept that afternoon, rocked into dreams by the small waves. When he woke, it was a rainy dusk, and the ship was alive with shouts, the sound of a capstan creaking, and the shuffle of men's feet. The ship, it seemed, was being adjusted. The two huge mortars in the Vesuvius's belly were fixed, so to aim their shells, the whole ship had to be pointed at the target, and this was achieved by tightening or loosening the cables of 4 anchors that held the gunship in a tensioned web.
"There! No! Too far!" a midshipman shouted. "Larboard bow anchor, let go 2 steps!"
"They must do it twice a day," Chase said. "The tide affects it, I gather." "What are they aiming at?"
"That big fort."
Chase pointed towards the citadel that loomed above the small fishing pier where Sharpe hoped to land that night.
"I'll drop the bombs straight down its gullet. Shall we finish the tongue for supper? Then you'll leave at midnight."
The launch was being readied. The rudder pintles were greased so they wouldn't squeak, and the tholes which held the oars were wrapped in rags, while the Highland oars were painted black with Stockholm tar. The launch crew looked like pirates, for they were hung with weapons and all dressed in dark clothes. A Danish seaman from the Pucell's larboard watch had been made an honorary member of the launch crew for the expedition.
"Can you trust the man?" Sharpe asked Chase. "Trust him with my life, Richard. He's been at Pucell longer than I have, and Collier needs a fellow who can talk the language."
The night fell. The clouds made it utter dark, so black that Sharpe wondered how the launch would ever find its way into the harbour mouth, but Chase reassured him. He pointed to a distant lantern that glowed a pale blue.
"That's hanging from one of the Pucell's yardarms, and we're going to put another lantern on the Vesuvius's foremast, and as long as young Collier keeps the 2 blue lights in line, then he'll go straight as an arrow. The Navy does try to anticipate these problems."
He paused.
"Would you very much mind, Richard, if I didn't see you away? I'm feeling somewhat sickly. Just something I ate. I need sleep. Do you feel well?"
"Very."
"I wish you joy, Richard,"
Chase said, clapped his shoulder, and walked aft. It seemed a strangely abrupt farewell, and it didn't seem right that Chase should be sleeping when the launch crew left. But Sharpe suspected Chase's sickness was as much to do with nervousness as an upset stomach. Sharpe himself was nervous. He was about to try and pierce an enemy stronghold, and doing it in a launch that offered no hiding place if they were discovered. He watched Chase go to the after-quarters, then went and waited in the Vesuvius's well-deck, where the great mortars crouched, and where Hopper and his men honed knives and cutlasses. It seemed an age until Collier ordered the embarkation, and then it took another long while for all the men, encumbered with their weapons and carrying bags of food and skins of water, to clamber down the bomb-ship's side into the tar-stinking launch. The men were oddly excited, almost giggly, so much so that Collier snapped at them to be quiet, then sensibly checked that none of them had loaded weapons, for he feared the accidental discharge of a pistol or musket. Rain had started to fall. It was not heavy, merely an insistent drizzle that found its way down Sharpe's upturned collar. The launch was crowded. It usually had a crew of 12 men, but now held 15. They'd embarked over the side of Vesuvius that lay farthest from the city, and, at Collier's order, the men now rowed a few strokes to take them clear of the bomb-ship. The great oars were silent in the tholes. Though once they were a few yards from the Vesuvius, Collier ordered the men to stop rowing.
"The tide will take us in,"
he whispered to Sharpe. There was no need to whisper, for they were still more than half a mile from the shore, but already they were feeling vulnerable. The launch drifted. Every now and then the stroke or bow-side oars would pull a brief correction to keep the pale blue lanterns in line. The blue was very pale, almost white, and Sharpe, twisting about on the rear thwart, marvelled that the men could distinguish those 2 lamps from all the other lights in the fleet. Most of the time, the crew stayed still and silent, listening for the telltale splashes and creaks that would betray the presence of a Danish guard-boat. There was bound to be at least one enemy boat patrolling the harbour boom to prevent just such an incursion as this one by the Pucell's darkened launch. A few lights burned in the city, their reflections glimmering long and shakily on the black water. A wind gusted cold out of the east, splashing small waves against the launch. Sharpe shivered. He could smell the harbour now, its water made rank by all the sewage and rot that was penned up by the long quays. A small flame flared and died on the ramparts of the citadel, and Sharpe supposed it was a sentinel lighting a pipe. He turned to see that the lanterns of the British fleet now looked very far away and were blurred by the rain. Then a hiss from the launch's bows made everyone go still. Sharpe heard a splash nearby and the groan of an oar in its rollock. An enemy guard-boat was close, and Sharpe waited, scarce daring to breathe. But the next splash was fainter. He thought he saw a flash of white water from an oar, but he couldn't be certain. Collier and his men were bending low, as if they might hide from the patrolling enemy in the dark of the sea's surface. A reddish glow now showed above the citadel's ramparts, cast by the lanterns in its central courtyard. The launch was drifting faster now, carried in by the fierce tide. Sharpe could not see the pier, and he tried not to think of the big Danish guns in the embrasures above him. Just one barrel, loaded with canister, could turn the launch into a mess of blood-stained kindling. The first of the city clocks struck 1. Then the launch bumped into an obstacle. Sharpe gripped the gunwale, sticky with its coating of tar. His first thought was that they'd drifted into the boom, or perhaps struck a rock. Then he realized that the bowmen were clambering out of the launch. They had reached the pier, guided unerringly by the blue leading lights. He heard thumps as the big bags of food and ammunition were heaved upwards. "We'll just leave the boat here," Collier whispered. "Let it drift." Sharpe groped his way forward, then scrambled awkwardly up to the wooden staging which smelt of fish. "So where now, Richard?" a low voice asked him. Sharpe turned, astonished. "Sir?" "Shh!" Captain Chase grinned in the dark. "Admiral Gambier thinks I'm ill. I couldn't possibly let these lads come without me." His lads were all grinning. They'd known the captain was coming, which was why they'd been so excited when they left the Vesuvius. "So where to, Richard?" Chase asked. "You shouldn't be here, sir," Sharpe said fiercely. "Not you too, for God's sake. Besides, a little late to tell me, don't you think?" Chase was wearing his uniform, but now draped a boat cloak over his shoulders. "Lead on, Richard, lead on." Sharpe took them along the pier, always aware of the huge guns not 100 paces away, then left down the path where he'd walked with Astrid. Their boots seemed loud. Then, not 20 paces from the pier, a voice challenged from the garden, where a battery of field guns had been placed behind fascines. Chase's Danish seaman answered. There was a brief laugh from the darkness, then another rattle of words. The other seamen had stopped, hands on weapons, but the tone of the exchange was reassuring, and Chase led them on. "What did you tell him?" the captain asked when they were clear of the battery. "The truth," the man said. "I told him we were British sailors, come to capture the fleet." "You did?" Chase sounded alarmed. "My mother said I'd go to hell if I lied, sir. Then I told him our boat had sprung a leak, and we were walking back. He thinks we're the guard-boat crew." Chase chuckled. There was just enough light seeping from lamps in the city to cast a damp shine on the road beside the harbour quay, which was heaped with barrels of food stockpiled for a siege. "Does this strike you as damned odd, Richard?" Chase asked. "Yes, sir." "My God, we're in an enemy fortress." Chase peered down alleys, plainly disappointed that there was so little to see. The city seemed asleep, not just the civilians, but the garrison too. There was an innocence here, Sharpe thought. Copenhagen might be under siege, yet still the city wanted to carry on with its ordinary life. No one wanted war, and Sharpe sensed that the folk perversely believed it would go away if they ignored it. All that Denmark asked was to be left in peace while Europe went mad. But the Danes had ships, and so they must have war, whether they liked it or not. They passed the Amalienborg Palace. There must have been sentries there, but none challenged the group of men whose footsteps echoed from the palace walls. A cat squealed somewhere, and rats skittered in the dark. The quay, which had been almost empty on the day the Crown Prince had left for Holstein, was now crowded with moored craft, most of them merchantmen that had taken refuge from the British fleet. The wind slanted the persistent rain through their high rigging. "I keep thinking I shall wake up and discover this is a dream," Chase said.
"We're not to the inner harbour yet," Sharpe warned.
Surely the Danes would guard their fleet. Yet the bridge had no sentries. The masts and rigging of the warships tangled the dark, dimly lit by a brazier that glowed outside a guardhouse that stood close to the two half-built ships on the slipways. Sharpe assumed it was a guardhouse, for there was a small covered booth for a sentry, but the booth was empty. Chase led them down the stone quay that separated the inner and outer harbours. It was suddenly all ridiculously easy. The Danes had packed their fleet into the basin, gunwale to gunwale, and the bows of the warships touched the quay so that their bowsprits soared above the stones. Chase gestured at the very first ship, and his men, with a practised ease, scrambled into the netting rigged under the beakhead. Then, one by one, they vanished inside the bows. Sharpe waited till the last bundle had been passed up, then followed more clumsily. The ship was dark as a tomb. No one challenged them. They groped down companionways until they'd reached the empty lower deck. And there, come like thieves in the night, they waited. End of Side 6. Side 7. General Payman peered at the letter which had been brought to the city by two British officers under a flag of truce. The officers were waiting outside one of the gates for his answer. The letter was in English, and the General's command of that language was not sufficient to understand the elaborate courtesies demanded by diplomacy. So he gave the paper to Lavisa. "Perhaps you translate, Major." Lavisa read his translation aloud. He hurried through the flowery compliments, then slowed when he came to what was little more than a demand for the city's surrender. "We, the undersigned at this moment, when our troops are before your gates, and our batteries ready to open, do renew to you the offer of the same advantageous and conciliatory terms which were proposed to His Majesty's ministers to your court." "Well, nothing new there, sir," Lavisa commented. "If you will consent to deliver up the Danish fleet, and to our carrying it away, it shall be held in deposit for His Danish Majesty, and shall be restored with all its equipments in as good a state as it is received, as soon as the provisions of the general peace shall remove the necessity which has occasioned this demand." It's signed by both Admiral Gambier and General Cathcart, sir," Lavisa said, tossing the letter down. Payman sat at the table and gazed gloomily at the letter. "They don't say anything about bombarding the city?" "Not in so many words, sir." "Will they?" Payman demanded. "They daren't," another aide answered. "They will earn the scorn of all Europe." "But if they do," a third aide put in, "we shall have to endure. The fire brigades are ready." "What fire brigades?" Lavisa asked sarcastically. "There are just 7 pumping engines in the whole city." "7? Only 7? Payman was alarmed. "2 are being repaired, sir." "7 isn't enough." "Burn the fleet," Lavisa suggested. "When they see the prize is gone, sir, they'll go away." "We are here to protect the fleet," Payman said. "We will burn it if we must, but only at the very last moment." He sighed, then gestured for a clerk to write a reply to the British demand. "My lords," he dictated, then thought for a moment. "We remain convinced that our fleet, our very own indisputable property, is as safe in His Danish Majesty's hands as ever it can be in those of the King of England." That, he thought, was very felicitous. Should he mention the possibility of a bombardment? He decided on balance that he should try to jog the British conscience. "Our master never intended any hostilities against yours," he went on. "And if you are cruel enough to endeavour to destroy a city that has not given you the least cause for such treatment, then it must submit to its fate." He watched the clerk write. "They won't bombard," he said, almost to himself. "They won't." "They cannot," an aide agreed. "It would be barbarous," another said. "It will be a siege, I'm sure," Payman said, hoping he was right. That would be the last thing that Chase and his men would want, for they must hide until the city surrendered, and even the ever-optimistic Chase did not believe their luck could hold through the weeks or months of a prolonged siege. Chase had only dared come into the city because he believed that the Danish surrender would come swiftly once the mortars began their work.
"Mind you," he told Sharpe in the morning, "we could probably live here for months. The bottom's full of salt pork. There's even some water barrels. A bit rank, but nothing worse than we usually drink." Dawn had revealed that they were on board the largest ship in the Danish fleet, the 96-gun Christian VII. "She's almost new," Chase told Sharpe, "and beautifully built, beautiful." The ship had been emptied of her crew, guns, and ammunition, though great canvas bundles of incendiaries had been placed throughout her decks, with fuses leading up to the forecastle. There were no Danes aboard, though in the afternoon, when most of Chase's bored men were sleeping, there was the thump of footsteps. The men, concealed in the forward magazine, took hold of their weapons, while an alarmed Chase put a finger to his lips. The footsteps came down to the deck immediately above them. There seemed to be 2 people, perhaps come to check the fuses, or maybe to sound the ship's well. But then one of the intruding couple laughed and sang a snatch of song. It was a woman's voice, and a moment later new sounds betrayed why the couple had come aboard. "If they fight as hard as they—" Collier whispered, but Chase silenced the midshipman. The couple eventually left, and Chase's men ate bread and hog's puddings. "Florence sends the puddings to me," Chase said, "and she tells me these ones are made from our very own pigs. Delicious, eh? So." He cut another slice from the pale fat sausage. "What do you plan to do, Richard?" "I have a man to hunt," Sharpe said. "And a woman to see," he added to himself. He'd been tempted to go to Ulfhetsplas during the long day, but prudence had suggested he wait till dark. Chase thought for a moment. "Why don't you wait till the city surrenders?" "Because he'll be in hiding by then, sir. But I'll be safe enough tonight." Especially, Sharpe thought, if the bombardment began. Chase smiled. "Safe? When those shells begin to fall, sir, you could march the first-foot guards stark naked through the city centre, and no one would notice them." "If they bombard," Chase said. "Maybe the Danes will see sense first. Maybe they'll surrender." "I pray so," Sharpe said fervently. But he suspected the Danes would be stubborn. Their pride was at stake, and perhaps they did not really believe the British would use their mortars and howitzers. The sun came out that afternoon. It dried the rain-drenched city and glinted off the green copper roofs, and cast filmy shadows from the smoke of the Danish guns. Those guns had hammered all day, churning the earth and fascines about the British batteries. The big naval guns, brought from the empty ships in the basin, were mounted en barbette, meaning there were not enough embrasures to protect them, so the weapons were firing directly over the wall's parapet, and British gunner officers hungrily watched those pieces through their telescopes. Guns en barbette were easily destroyed. The British mortars squatted in their beds. Their shells had their fuses already cut. All that was needed now was a decision to use them. The sun sank across Zealand to leave a flaming sky. The last ray of the sun shone on a white-crossed Danish flag that hung from the tallest of the city's mast cranes. The flag glowed. Then the earth's shadow engulfed it, and another day was gone. The Danish guns stopped firing, and their smoke slowly dissipated as it drifted westwards. In the church of Our Saviour, which had a handsome staircase winding outside its soaring spire, a prayer meeting called on God to spare the city, and to imbue General Payman with wisdom. General Payman, oblivious of the prayers, sat down to a supper of pilchards. 3 babies, born that day in the maternity hospital that lay between Bregea and Amaliagea, slept. One of their mothers had the fever, and the doctors wrapped her in flannel and fed her a mixture of brandy and gunpowder. More brandy and barrels of aquavit were being drunk in the city's taverns, which were full of sailors released from their duties on the walls. The city's 7 fire engines, great metal tanks mounted on 4-wheeled carts with monstrous double-levered pumps on their tops, sat waiting at street corners. Another prayer meeting, this one in Holman's church, the sailors' shrine, beseeched that the fire engines would not be needed, while in the arsenal on Toyuska the last refurbished muskets were handed out to the newest volunteers of the militia. If the British made a breach and assaulted the city, then those brewery workers and clerks, carpenters and masons would have to defend their homes. On Tolbon, in a small shop beside the customs house quay, a tattooist worked on a sailor's back, making an intricate drawing of the British lion being drowned by a pair of Danish seamen. "There are rules of war," General Payman told his supper guests, "and the British are a Christian nation." They are, the university chaplain agreed, "but they're also a very disputatious people." "But they will not treat women and children as combatants," Payman insisted. "Not Christian women and children. And this is the 19th century," the general protested, "not the Middle Ages." "These are very fine pilchards," the chaplain said. "You get them from Drustes, I assume?" In 15 British batteries, and on board 16 bombships, and in 10 launches that had been specially fitted to hold smaller mortars, the officers consulted their watches. Rockets, launched from triangular frames, were set up beside the land batteries. It was not quite dark yet, but dark enough to conceal the batteries from the watchers on the city wall, who did not see the heavy fascines protecting the long guns being dragged aside. The clouds were breaking, and the first stars showed above the city. A linstock glowed red in a forward battery. "They threaten to behave abominably," General Payman averred, "and hope we believed the threat. But common sense and humanity will prevail, must prevail." "Christianity must prevail," the university chaplain insisted. "A direct attack on civilians will be an offence against God himself." "Is that thunder?" "I thought the weather was clearing." No one answered, and no one moved. It had sounded like thunder, but Payman knew better. A gun had fired. It was far off, but the sound was heavy, the gut-pounding percussion of a heavy-caliber mortar. "God help us," the general said softly, breaking the silence about his table. The first bomb arced upwards, its burning fuse trailing a thin red line of sparks and a tenuous trail of smoke. It was a signal, and from all around the city's western edge, and from the boats moored in the Sound, the other mortars fired. Howitzers slammed back on their trails to send their shells after the mortar bombs. The burning fuses of the bombs reached up, red sparks curving in the night. The gunners were reloading. The first bombs looked like livid shooting stars. Then, as they began their shrieking fall, the bomb trails converged. God had not shown mercy. The British possessed none, and Copenhagen must suffer. The first bomb broke through a roof with a cascade of splintering tiles, drove down through a plaster ceiling and lodged on an upper landing, where for an instant it lay with a smoking fuse. Then, bumping and smoking, it rolled down a flight of stairs to lodge on a half-landing. No one was in the house. For a moment it seemed the mortar shell would not explode. The fuse burned into the hole of the wooden plug, and the smoke just died away. Flakes of plaster dropped from the shattered ceiling. The bomb, a 13-inch black ball, just lay there. But the fuse was still alive, burning down through the last inch of saltpeter, sulphur, and mealed powder, until the spark met the charge and the bomb ripped the top story apart, just as the other bombs of the first salvo came crashing down into the nearby streets. A 7-year-old girl, put to bed without supper for giggling during family prayers, was the first of the city's inhabitants to die, crushed by an 11-inch mortar shell that burst through her bedroom ceiling. The first fires began. 82 mortars were firing. Their range was adjusted by varying the amount of powder in the charge, and the gunners had specified the quantities of the different batteries to make sure the bombs all fell in the same areas of the city. In the north, they were dropping the missiles into the citadel's interior, while to the south the bombs were crashing into the streets closest to the wall. The crews of the fire engines trundled their heavy machines towards the first fires, but were obstructed by people trying to escape the bombs. A 13-inch shell cracked into a crowd, miraculously touching no one. Its fuse glowed red, and a man attempted to extinguish it with his boot, but the bomb exploded, and the man's foot, trailing blood, arced over the screaming street. There was blood and flesh on the house fronts. Families tried to carry their valuables away from the threatened area, further congesting the alleys. Some folk took refuge in the churches, believing there'd be sanctuary from the enemy in sacred walls, but the churches burned as easily as the houses. One bomb exploded in an organ loft, scattering pipes like straws. Another killed 10 people in a nave. Some bombs failed to explode and lay black and malevolent where they fell. An artist, hurriedly assembling paper, pencils, and charcoal, had a smaller shell plunge through his roof and lie smoking next to his unmade bed. He picked up the chamber pot, which he had still not emptied from the night before, and upended it on the missile. There was a hiss as the fuse was extinguished, then a vile stink. A score of fires started. The fiercest broke up through the roofs, as more bombs hammered down into the flames. The British had begun to fire carcasses now, hollow shells designed to burn rather than explode. The heaviest, fired from the big 13-inch mortars, weighed as much as a man, and was stuffed with saltpeter, sulphur, antimony, and pitch. They burned with a furnace-like intensity, the fire seething out of holes bored in their metal shells, and no mere fire pump could quench such horrors. There was still a vestige of evening light in the watercolour sky, through which the fuses of the plunging bombs left threads of smoke. The threads wavered, mingled in the wind, and vanished, only to be renewed as more bombs and carcasses fell. Then the threads were touched with red as flame blossomed out of the thicker, boiling smoke that churned up from a city of crated cobbles, broken rafters, and burning homes. Scraps of shell casing whistled in city streets. The first fire engines clanked, their leather hoses pulsing, as desperate men seesawed the great pumps. But the streams of water were futile. And still the bombs came, and the western edge of the city was ringed by the noise and flaring lights of the batteries. The bomb ships shuddered as their mortars fired, each flash illuminating the chain rigging with a deep red light, shrouded in smoke. The British long guns fired at the wall, their targets conveniently outlined by the glare of the city fires, while the rockets flared and hissed to carry their explosive heads in wild trajectories that plunged indiscriminately into city streets. Sharpe walked into the city. He carried the rifle on one shoulder and the 7-barrel gun on the other, but no one took any particular notice of him. Men were running towards the fires, families were fleeing them, and the whole city reverberated to the thump of the bombs. Sharpe was going to Scowgaw's warehouse, because he didn't know what else he could do. There was little point in visiting Bregaglia, for he was certain Laverser would be with his general, or else on the city walls, and Sharpe did not know how to find him. So Laverser could live for an extra day, and Sharpe would go to Astrid. It was what he wanted, what he'd been thinking of all day as he waited in the stinking and dark lower deck of the Danish warship. Sharpe could not be certain that Astrid would welcome him, while British bombs were shaking the city, but instinct told him she would be pleased. Her father would almost certainly be disapproving, while Axel Bang would seethe, but to hell with them both. It was dark now, but the city was lit red. Sharpe could hear the crackle and roar of flames punctuated by the crash of bombs falling through rafters and floors, and by the belly-punching blows as the powder charges exploded. He saw a fallen rocket skidding up a street, spewing sparks and terrifying a horse that was dragging barrels of seawater from the harbour. A spire was outlined in red and surrounded by smoke. Sharpe became momentarily lost in the tangle of alleys, then smelt the gin distillery and followed his nose to Ulfhetsplas, which was well clear of the district where the bombs were falling. He knocked hard on Scowgaw's door, just as he had on the first night he'd arrived in Copenhagen. He heard a window thrown up, and he stepped back. "Mr. Scowgaw!" he shouted. "Who is it?" It was Astrid who answered. "Astrid!" There was a pause. "Lieutenant Sharpe?" There was disbelief in her voice, but no disapproval. "Is it you?" she asked. "Wait!" Sharpe's instinct had been right, because she smiled when she opened the door, but then she frowned. "You should not be here." "I am." She stared at him for a heartbeat, then turned down the hall. "I'll get a coat," she said, as she went to a cupboard. "My father's not here. He went to a prayer meeting with Axel, but I wanted to go to the orphanage, and I promised Father I wouldn't go alone. Now you're here." She smiled at him a second time. "Why are you here?" "To see you." "I think you English are as mad as you are cruel. I must find a key." She found the front door key. "Why are you bombing us?" "Because they're all mad." "It's wrong," she said fiercely. "I cannot believe it's happening. It's awful. I must leave Father a message." She vanished into the warehouse office for a moment, then reappeared wearing a coat and hat.
She locked the front door, and then, as though they were old friends, put her arm through his. "Come," she said, leading him towards the hellish red glow and snarling noise of the fire. "I should be angry with you." "I'm angry with them," Sharpe said. "Don't they know there are women and children here?" "They know." "Then why?" She asked it fiercely. "Because they don't want your fleet filled with Frenchmen trying to invade England. We would burn the fleet before the French took it, before you take it as well," Astrid said, then gripped his arm tightly as 3 bombs exploded in quick succession. "If the fire is near the hospital," she explained, "we have to fetch the children out. You will help?" "Of course." The sound of the bombs grew louder as they neared the citadel. The missiles were hurtling down into the Danish fort and turning its centre into a cauldron. The small nearby streets were untouched by the bombardment and were full of people who stared at the reddened smoke boiling out of the citadel's walls. The children's hospital was untouched. Astrid took Sharpe inside, but no help was needed, for a dozen other women had come to soothe the children who were now gathered in the dispensary listening to a story. Sharpe stayed in the courtyard, half hiding in the shadows under the balcony, and he was still there when a half-dozen Danish officers came through the orphanage's arched gate. They were led by an elderly, heavy-set man in a dark cloak and a gilded cocked hat. It seemed he'd come to check whether the hospital was damaged, nothing more. Some of his aides looked curiously at Sharpe, for he still had the 2 guns on his shoulders, and his greatcoat was plainly not a Danish uniform. But they seemed reassured when Astrid came back to the courtyard and joined him. "That is General Payman," she whispered. The general was talking with the hospital's warden, while his aides stood beneath the mast-rigged flagpole. Laverser was not among them. "Ask him where Laverser is," Sharpe said to Astrid. "I can't do that." "Why not? Tell him you want to congratulate Laverser for changing sides." Astrid hesitated, then did what Sharpe wanted. One of the aides accosted her and clearly wanted to know who Sharpe was, for he glanced at the rifleman as he spoke. Astrid told him something, then curtsied to General Payman, who took off his hat and bowed to her. A long conversation